The first case is Sean Connor, ISK LLC, CC Lounge. This is at 4923 Reisterstown Road. This is a Class BD7, beer, wine, liquor. This is an application for transfer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Commissioners. Doing well. I am here with Sean Connor today. She is the applicant at 4923 Reisterstown Road. She is the niece of Clarence White, who operated the business for some time. I have a petition first for your perusal, signed by about 200 residents, including the bishop of the local church, just a couple of blocks away. May I present those to you at this time?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And you're within a 180-day period.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any opposition?
No, none whatsoever.
Exhibit 1. Any questions of the commissioners?
None.
I just have one question.
Sure.
When was this license last used?
April 30th, 2014. Clarence White is 79 years old. His health is failing, and he served out through the licensing year, all the way up to the end of his license on April 30th, 14. The place has been closed since. The place is expected to reopen with your approval.
Okay.
But less than 180 days.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm going to have to
Oh.
ask you to shift
Oh,
the
sorry.
exhibits on
All
there.
right.
Thank you.
Are there any
Exhibit
other
1.
questions? None? I'm ready for the decision. Vote yes.
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 Thank you very much, Your
You
Honor.
have our decision. Thank you. All right, call the next case.
Mr. Fogelman?
Oh, how soon we forget. Approved.
We're okay?
Okay.
Call the case.
Dale Watkins, TA Lil's Place. This is at 1909 North Pulaski Street. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license, an application for transfer of ownership.
All right. Interim appearance, please.
For the record, Melvin J. Jensen, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the applicant.
All right, swear the witnesses.
Raise your hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Be ready to confirm.
I would state your name and address for the record, please.
Dale Watkins, 1109 Kevin Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21229.
And you are the daughter of Lily Driver, who's the licensee, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're applying to have the license that your mom has transferred to you, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're doing this to operate the place because your mom's in poor health?
Yes.
Did you just bring her home from the hospital yesterday?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the area?
Absolutely.
So how long have you been familiar with 1909 North Pulaski Street?
Probably since 1980, early 80s.
All right, so your mom's had the place ever since then?
Since 89, yes.
And that's her, her sole asset at this point,
Sole asset.
along with the license?
Yes.
And along with that, you have operated the place along with your mother at various times, is that correct?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the rules and regulations of the board?
Absolutely.
You've operated the place at various times?
Yes.
And be fair to say that recently you've been working as a realtor, is that correct?
Yes.
And due to your mom's health, you're coming back in to try to help her, is that correct?
Yes.
And along with that, the place had a fire in March,
Yes, on March the 8th, 2014.
and most of everything was destroyed with regard to the business. And at that point, the board ordered that she would have to dispose of the license within a certain period of time. That's why you're applying for the operation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And along with that, have you also made substantial investments in the building, trying to put new windows and doors in there?
Yes.
And then do you have additional funds that you're going to spend to complete the project?
Yes.
And you will be the full-time operator?
Yes.
And you understand it's a 60 license?
Absolutely.
And you'll have some of the family also help you run it, is that correct?
Yes.
And recently you tried to help your mom out by getting the upstairs approved for another business, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been, I think the
Barbershop.
for barbershop, but now due to the fire, you have to work it out.
Yes, I was in the process of having that as extra supplementary income, but we sustained substantial damage from the
All
fire.
right, now, in that neighborhood that's there, you're familiar with the people who live in the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes,
And was, you say it's basically a neighborhood bar where people would come in the evenings and sit down and drink and talk to each other, is that correct?
yes, it's like Cheers,
Everybody knows your name.
absolutely,
And along with that, you've got letters of support from people in the neighborhood, is that correct?
yes.
I'll submit these, and anybody want to look at these?
Yes.
All right, I've got 2 yeses here. Okay. And this license has been in your mother's name since 1989, correct?
Correct,
And prior to that, the bar was existed before she got there.
yes, Club 15.
All right, let me give the history here. The inspector results show that this board has been closed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 visits from 2013 all the way up to the last inspector visits that I've been told was 10/13. And then the last time this came before the board, as you pointed out accurately, this board on a 2-to-1 decision continued under the 180-day rule to allow it. I voted, didn't make any difference how anybody voted, but that was the board's decision. So now you're coming in here under that time period,
Correct.
in a timely period, as a result of the last board decision, asking for a continuance of this license.
And I would point out, Mr. Chairman, is that, and if you want, her mother only operated a place in the evening, so if the inspectors came there during the day and there's no time on when they were there, quite necessarily, it would have been closed when they got there, and she only operated in the evenings. And there was no letter sent to her indicating to her, our inspectors have been there, et cetera, et cetera. So,
So you're saying that the inspector's results may be inaccurate?
no, they're not definite to date, time, place, with regard to what time was the inspector there? Did he leave a card? What did he do? And was he there in the evening?
Well, let me put this in the context of what you and I both are, lawyers. We have a decision of the board, which was a split decision,
August.
permitting the license to continue to try to open.
Correct,
It gave them 180 days to open from the date of the board decision.
correct.
There's no motion for reconsideration before the board
And no appeal.
and no appeal.
Correct.
So that's the facts.
That's fine.
So here we are. And now the question is, based on the facts since that time, as I see it legally, what is the situation? And I'm going to allow my commissioners to ask questions if they have any.
Well, can
And then I want to go on to the rest of the evidence which may be present here.
I would submit the
All right, and these are,
persons are in favor, who know both the applicant and her mom over a long period of time that know the bar, and they're in favor of the license being transferred to Ms. Watkins.
all right.
There's 5 there, so we asked them, you can make them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1 A, B, C, and D, however you see fit.
So at this point, I want to stop and see if there's any questions for my commissioners.
Do you know what the type of license is?
D,
And that's,
6 a.m.
it's a 6-day, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. license?
1 a.m.
Oh, 6 a.m. until 1
These
a.m.
are 6 days closed Sunday, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m.
So it's to be open from 6 a.m. until 1 a.m.?
It can be.
Okay. Do you have, all right, do you have any receipts that show sales in 2012 or 2013?
I don't think there are any left because of the fire, which I'll let her answer.
Well, they would have been submitted somewhere. Do you have any receipts
No,
that
do
show
not.
sales in 2012 and 2013?
I don't
No?
know.
Do you, ma'am?
I'm pretty sure they're in my accordion file in my office from 2012. Because I was very active in that year with my mom, but after that, they were destroyed in the fire damage.
When do you believe is the last date that the license was used?
The 8th, the day of the fire,
March 8th?
March 8, 2014, because my mom had just left there that night. I wasn't there every day, but I definitely know she would go in there for a few hours every day, just
And,
to make a couple dollars.
all right, thank you.
All right, that's Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1.
And do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, quite a few questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Before he goes on, before
wait,
he
wait,
asks
wait.
a question, just for the record, what was the last hardship extension date we gave them, last 180 days?
It was August 21st, I think.
Yes, it was 21st, yes.
Okay, August 21st. And you before us asked you for a second.
Transfer the license within, no.
You want to transfer, I'm sorry, it's transfer, and you want to transfer the date, is that correct?
I think the board ordered that she would.
You just answered my
Yes,
question,
yes.
yes, you want to transfer the date. All right, so we gave you 180 days on August the 21st. And,
Transfer.
yeah, and you want to transfer the date, that's what we're dealing with today, a transfer. All right, thank you.
All right, questions?
Yes,
State your name, please.
Yes.
And you've been sworn.
yes. My name is Adeline Hutchison, and I'm the president of the Robert W. Coleman Community Organization, in which this property lie within our boundary. And I guess my first question to them is, since they were saying that it was open, the last day that they operated, it was March the 8th of 2014. I wanted to find out, have you, in any kind of way, did you contact the community organization about your business at all, asking their support, asking anything of the community organization?
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Adeline Hutchison.
Ms. Hutchison, I'm not privy to any association within that community. I've never even heard of it.
Oh,
I
okay.
did speak prior to the doctor at Coppin when I was going to get the barber open upstairs,
Mhm.
and I had his permission, but I'm not, no way, shape, or form privy to an organization in that community.
Okay, we've been in existence, sir.
Oh, I'm gonna object if you ask for questions.
I just want to let them know how long we've been in existence. Okay, you're aware. Okay. The other thing is, I want to ask you if you would consider exercising the 180-day rule.
You're asking us. then.
Right.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to.
Okay.
This
All
is-
right,
for
this
question-
place-
This is a time for questions.
Okay. Can
This
I?
is their case, and you see, you're coming here perhaps to oppose it, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
But we haven't gotten to your case yet.
Okay.
So now, do you have any other questions of this lady?
Yes. You said that you were open in March, and you had patrons that patronized your place during the time in March?
My mom did, yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, good. Come on, sir. You state your name, please.
I'm Dr. Marvin Cheatham. I'm president of Matthew Henson Neighborhood Association. We're directly across the street. I'm also representing 29 community organizations from ARCO, the Alliance of Rosemont Community Organizations. My first question, are you aware that your mother was here on August 21st?
Yes, she was here.
Are you aware that she testified that she basically wanted the extension to reopen, not transfer?
Not aware of that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No,
No.
other question.
All right. Now, we'll go to your case. We'll have you first. Ma'am,
Okay.
come on over and tell us what you'd like to tell us.
Okay.
Tell us who you are again.
All right, I will. My name is Adeline Hutchison, and I'm the president of the Robert W. Coleman Community Organization and the vice president of Greater Mondawmin. Greater Mondawmin is my umbrella, and we, North Avenue is our southern boundary. And this place of business, Miss Lil's Bar, is located within our boundary. This bar has been closed for the past 3 years that I know of, closed for the past 3 years that I know of. I did hear something about a barbershop being placed on the second level. However, the proprietors never came to the community organization, never contacted me, none of the other residents within the neighborhood that I know of. I've been the president of that organization since 2002. Within that time, we put out monthly newsletters every month. I'm not saying that I'm putting them out because I had you to distribute them. I do the distribution, so I know.
I've spoken to the businesses, which is located nearby, which is Price's hardware store. You have Melvin Williams, who is down the street. Then you have another Asian proprietor that's at the corner of North Avenue and Pulaski, which is right up the street from this place of business. And the note on those, and to make a note on those 5 letters that you receive or letters of approval, none of those places of business are within these boundaries, none. The only one that is even in close proximity is Macy's Lounge, and that's at Monroe Street and Walbrook, which is in the Fulton Heights community. But none of these places are within our boundaries. I don't even know any of them. None of them ever come to my community meeting. I chair that community meeting every first Tuesday of the month. I have petitions from 25 residents within the area. I have,
You show them to council first?
sure, and all of them are the Walbrook residents. I also have a letter from the Baltimore City School, Robert W. Coleman Elementary School.
How close is that?
That's walking distance, whereas the children walk past this place of business, going and coming to school
Dr. Chairman is showing us a map.
on the map.
And he's
I-
presenting the locations of the schools.
What's the street address?
The street address of Robert Coleman is 2400 Windsor Avenue, and the street address for this is 1909
Pulaski.
North Pulaski. And North Avenue is here. This is her down there at North Avenue, and this is the school right here. Kids that live down this way walk here, to and from school every day, okay? The other letter that I have is from my community organization.
You show-
I also have another
Pass the
letter
others
from,
on that you've already seen.
Yeah, I'm making an objection as to the petition because there's no parties on Pulaski Street. Yeah.
Okay, overrule.
they don't have to be on Pulaski
You
Street,
don't argue with me.
okay?
We'll
The
handle it.
the other letter that I have is from Greater Mondawmin Coordinating Council, the president of Greater Mondawmin
Excuse me,
Coordinating
just one minute.
Council,
There's exhibits 1.
that
Wait
represent,
Hold on, we're
Oh.
trying to get organized.
okay.
This is Exhibit 1,
Collectively,
collectively.
all of them,
Collectively,
on behalf of Ms. Hutchison.
Ms. Hutchinson's Exhibit 1,
Mhm.
opponent's Exhibit 1.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. The other letter that I have is from Greater Mondawmin Coordinating Council, represents 9 community organizations within the Greater Mondawmin community. And Compton State University is one of the people that serve on our board, in which the plaintiff said that she spoke to someone there. They serve on the board of Greater Mondawmin.
Exhibit 2.
Okay. The other letter I have is from Matthew Henson Community Organization, which is represented by Marvin Doc Cheatham. So as a result of those letters, and a result of how the neighbors perceive this,
How do they feel?
they don't want it.
They don't want
No, don't want it. Within 25 to 50 feet of this place, there was a house that was knocked down at 1901 North Pulaski. The Robert W. Coleman Community Organization has secured a grant from Parks and People Foundation to do a greening space there. We're waiting on the final documents of the grant. One part of the grant document has come through. We're waiting on the check. As soon as the check comes through, then we're going to turn the soil over, put in mulch. The children of the community is going to be involved. We're going to put fruit trees, shrubs, and other flowering trees there.
it. How would this license affect the neighborhood's plans?
We don't need that there with the children being involved, and then we're trying to change the environment of the community altogether. And the bar does not fit into the scheme of things. This year, we're petitioning, or we hope to be a part of the Baltimore City Community Garden Tour. We don't need this bar. We have one at Smallwood and North Avenue. We have another one at in the middle of the block of the 2100 block of North Avenue. And then we have another club that opens at night that's also near North Avenue and Pulaski. So we have enough. Anybody want to buy beer, they want to buy wine or whatever it is, we got enough places that they can buy it from. And we don't need it. We don't need it.
Let me ask you, when was the last time you were in this place?
In it.
Yeah.
I haven't been in it in
All right,
over.
that's fine, just ask you the question.
All right, let her finish answer.
Okay.
We're gonna bring the temperature down just a little bit.
Okay,
You
I'm
ask your
fine.
question, you give your answer.
Answer.
Let's leave the top spin out. Ask a question, give an answer.
So you
Question,
said you were
answer.
never in it?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry. So when was the last
The
time? you were
last
in?
time I was in there was more than 7 years ago.
And do you know Ms. Driver?
No, I don't.
Do you know the applicant here?
No, I don't.
All right. And you said your organization, do you have minutes that you had this on your schedule where you voted on them?
Voted on, no,
this?
no.
No, so you don't have any minutes?
That I voted on
Like,
what?
To oppose this?
No, what I did was I
Well,
secured,
I just think they said no.
Mr. Kadinsky,
I-
you gotta let her answer.
So let me-
All right. Well, then jump in, Your Honor.
I secured, I secured the petition from the residents that live at Walbrook. Walbrook is here, Pulaski is here. The streets run right across, right past it, okay? No, we did not, no, we did not. I do not have anything in my minutes, but I have polled the residents.
That's the only question I asked. Do you have anybody on that list from Pulaski Street?
There's no house, no occupants on Pulaski Street, but two
The
on the
question is,
opposite
do you
side.
have anybody? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know whether they're on Pulaski or not. I got it, one of the other residents within the area did the petition on behalf of the organization. So whether there's one on Pulaski Street, I don't know, but really, there's only 3 houses that's occupied in that block.
If I told you there's nobody on that list from Pulaski Street, that's your list, is that correct?
Yes, that's the list.
Now, how long has that license been at this location?
I don't know.
You know, as long as you know
I
it's
said
been there?
the last time I was there was 7 years ago, so now how long they had the license, I don't know.
But how long have you lived in the area?
35 years.
So as long as you lived in the area, has there always been a bar there?
There was a bar there, yes.
At least for the time you were there?
Yes.
All right. So you didn't have any minutes. So how many people belong to your community group?
We have 35 paid members.
Okay. And you don't have anything to show that there was a vote taken?
No,
That's fine.
there was no request.
Other questions?
Anything else?
This witness now.
Questions of commissioners?
No questions.
No.
All right, Dr. Cheatham,
Good
come over,
morning.
sir.
Good morning, thanks for having us here. I'm Dr. Marvin Cheatham. I'm the president of Matthew Henson Neighborhood Association, resident since 1950, homeowner since 1959 with my family. Lived in Matthew Henson area all my life. Been aware of the store all my life as well. I want to at least give to the board, I think I have copies for all of you. I'll let you see the copy. Our first major concern, Matthew Henson Neighborhood Association, including the ARCO, which is the Alliance of Rosemont Community Organizations, of which we voted last Tuesday to support not only Matthew Henson, which is a member of ARCO, but also to support Robert Coleman Neighborhood Association in its opposition. We represent 29 community organizations. I represent Matthew Henson. We have 112 members, 1,000 homes in our area. I was actually here on August 21st when Ms. Driver was here. I indicated to her then that she needed to speak with the community association because it was clear. She and I rode up on the elevator up. She was on Pretty Green that day. We rode on the elevator back down. I strongly encouraged her that though my neighborhood is directly across the street, we go up to the 1800 block of Pulaski, and we're on the south side of North Avenue. Once you cross the street, you're in Miss Allen's neighborhood association, but we're our neighborhood associations connect with each other. I strongly suggested to her, I was here at the hearing, I testified at the hearing, that she would go and speak directly with the neighborhood association. It is clear neither she nor you have done such. Our major opposition, and we took our vote last October of 2013 to oppose every opportunity to transfer or to extend any liquor license in our area. We did that during the life of our president who passed away in November. We took a unanimous vote to basically go against all of the liquor stores that we have. We have 15.
This is his.
While we're
It's not
in
yours, is it? No. I think this is yours.
If you see the diagram,
Just a minute
yes, sir.
here. The board will admit these exhibits collectively. How do you mark them?
1, 2, 3, and 4.
It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Go ahead, sir.
What we have as a neighborhood association is, other than probably Greenmount and probably Fells Point, as a community association, we probably have far more liquor stores than any other neighborhood association in the entire city of Baltimore.
No, I don't. I think you're beat by the harbor.
By the harbor, well, we don't consider that a neighborhood area. We consider that more of a business area. We're talking about residential houses, but I won't argue with the judge, of course. But if you see the map here, you'll see how many liquor stores Matthew A. Henson actually has within this area. We have 15 bars. We will say for certain that Lowe's Bar has not been open for 2 years.
How is this bar going to affect your communities that you represent?
If we can begin to shut down some of these liquor stores, we feel we can begin to reduce the crime and violence that we have. Week before last, we were here. We had a homicide a half a block up the street from Fulton and North Avenue. Last week, we had a major shootout at Baker and Monroe, 1/2 block up from Monroe and McKean. We know, and I gave evidence in a previous hearing, we've documented and given to this board that there's a clear connection between crime and violence and the number of liquor stores. What we're attempting to do as a neighborhood association is to ride herd on these stores, to try to develop relationships when we can, and when they're not supportive of the neighborhood association, we will come and ask that they be closed. We too concur with Robert Coleman. They have long passed the 180 days. When we were here, my understanding was on August 21st, the request of Ms. Driver was to extend it to give her an opportunity to rebuild it, was not to have her have 60 days to transfer the license, because our testimony would have been against the transfer. Her request was extension as a hardship. Her place was not burned. She testified here that she received damage not from the fire. She testified she received damage from the fire department. That was her testimony, and I'm quite certain when you go back, that was her testimony. She said she received damage from city agencies. So we would, one, challenge every document that they submitted because they do not belong to the immediate area. We also challenged what was not testimony because the attorney did not swear in. He's not one to swear in. We challenged almost everything he said because it's factually incorrect. He did not testify, and because he did not testify, does he have a right to interview me?
Talking about what you said today.
Today. He was not sworn in. So his testimony to me is questionable information, and we question it. We're showing to you that we have a plethora of liquor establishments. We have far enough liquor establishments. The fact that this one has been closed far longer than 180 days, this board in its infinite wisdom afforded her an opportunity to get the place in place. That is not why she is here today. She is here today now to transfer it. And we're saying we vehemently oppose it. And I would close to say this. One of the things that we say in our neighborhood, we say it seriously, but sometimes jokingly. We can tell where liquor stores are, not even know where they are. All we have to do is look on light posts. And what we see taped to these light posts are, unfortunately, rest in peace balloons and stuffed animals. And we can basically say to our neighbors, within 1 to 2 blocks is going to be a liquor store. We're saying this business has not been a business. The testimony that they have given, they cannot substantiate. They cannot substantiate that they got sales slips for being in business during this year alone. It's long past 180 days. They have not come to the neighborhood association, don't even know who we are. Between the two of us, we've lived in the neighborhood over 80 years. Anyone walking around the street, you ask who Adeline is, you ask who Doc Cheatham is, they know who we are. And for them to testify and give the impression that they have neighbors signing off, none of those are neighbors that they gave documentation to. We're saying at some point, we need assistance to bring our neighborhood back to a community and not a bar neighborhood. And we're saying we're not opposed to drinking. I ran a bar. Not opposed to it, but we're saying this one has violated the 180-day rule. They were supposed to come here to reestablish the bar, not transfer. So we ask that the 180-day rule be applied and the license be taken away.
You were here on August 21st, you were here, right? Were you here?
I was here personally myself and testified.
I got it. After the case is over, you didn't file any motions on appeal or reconsideration, correct?
Correct. We agree with the decision of the
All right.
board.
I'm just, I didn't ask you that.
I'm giving you my answer.
How many, is this a liquor store?
No, it's not a liquor store. It's
All
not
right,
even open.
I got it, but it's not a liquor store when it was open, is that
It
correct?
is nothing at this point.
No, but it was never a liquor store.
No, it was a bar.
Okay, so you keep using the word liquor store. How many of those places
we
there
could
are
play with
liquor stores?
semantics.
No, it's not semantics. I'm asking, how many of those are liquor stores?
We would say about half of them are.
All right, and Macio's is what?
A liquor store and a bar, it's both.
And a restaurant,
And a restaurant as well.
okay? And along with that, how many times have you been in this establishment?
Never.
All right, how long has it been there to your knowledge? How long has the store been there?
Since I went to elementary school 2 blocks below on Walbrook, and that was in the late 1950s.
All right, so you, as far as you know, since 1950s, this place has been continuously there. All right, have you ever talked to Miss Driver other than on the 21st?
Never knew who she was. She never came to my community.
Okay. But there are other people that in your community that don't come to your meetings, correct?
But they know who we are.
I'm not asking you that question.
that's
For
my
some
answer.
reason, you don't want to answer my
That's
question.
my answer.
So, but there are other people in your community that don't come to your meetings?
In my community, of course.
Okay. And you told the board that this is not in your community, it's at 1 block outside, is that correct?
I have a blackout, yes, sir.
Okay. And along with that, you said you had a community meeting when, for this location?
We voted on all of our liquor stores in October of 2013, unanimously against all of them.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's what I'm giving you as an answer.
Well, then you didn't have a meeting with this particular store, is that
No,
correct?
this particular store was
No.
listed. You're
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. But you didn't have a meeting about this transfer, is that correct?
No,
Okay. Now,
because we weren't informed of a transfer. When we discussed this issue, you're asking me, and
I
I'm
don't
going to
have
answer.
a question,
When we
so-
discussed, this issue, it was as a result of the hearing on August 21st. August 21st hearing was for a hardship extension. That's what we came here to testify on, hardship extension, not a transfer.
So you would oppose if Ms. Driver wanted to reopen the...
We would oppose if anyone
So
comes
you'd be
with
opposed
it.
no matter what?
No matter who it
I
is.
got that, that's
It's been
fine.
closed over 180 days.
But that's not the issue that's before this board.
That's the issue that we're presenting. We're
okay.
bringing this because
But it
you're
was-
asking for a transfer.
I've just rebuttal testimony.
Commissioners, questions?
There's been testimony that this location has been closed for 3 years, and there's been testimony that it's been closed for 2 years or more than 2 years. On what do you base your testimony that it's been closed for at least 2 years?
I'm a extensive walker. I don't ride through my neighborhood. I walk through my neighborhood. I walk up Pulaski Street on a regular basis. Matter of fact, where I buy all of my hardware accessories is probably about as close as to here to the wall. I see it, you can see it physically from where we are in my neighborhood. Because I'm on the south side of North Avenue, if I'm on the south side of North Avenue, 1800 block of Pulaski Street, you can physically see whether the bar is open or closed. But as I indicated, I actually do my hardware. We have a hardware store right there, Pulaski and North Avenue. That's where I buy my hardware materials. The store has been closed. I walk to Mondawmin from my house to see the neighbors, to walk through her neighborhood. I also was a candidate. I campaigned from January through June in that area because it's in the 40th Legislative District. From June all the way back to January of this year, the store was never open. Never open.
Were you ever there in the evening?
Evenings, afternoons, and mornings, yes.
And at any time did you ever see it open for business?
Never.
All right, Your Honor, may I ask questions of Ms.
Sure.
Hutchinson? Absolutely. He has some
Wait a
questions.
minute, wait.
Of course.
So you're
No,
telling me,
no, wait a minute. Any other testimony? Anything else for you?
No, I think we finished,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Questions for Mr. Jones? those are the questions I had for you.
I have questions regarding the questions that Commissioner asked. So you're telling me that every day you walk by there?
Did
Every
not
day?
say that. That was not
Okay.
my testimony.
All right. So there, how many times a week do you walk by there?
I would say at least once a week,
All right, at least once a week.
at least
So
once a
there's
week.
6 days a week that you don't walk by there?
6 days a week, but the bar is only open 6 days a week, not 7.
You don't answer my questions for some reason.
I'm answering the way I want to answer,
All right,
not the way
I
you
guess
want me to
that's the way you
answer.
want to answer, then I'll ask the question the way I want to answer it.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, then ask him to answer the question. It's a simple yes or no question.
I think he's answered.
All right, so
Overruled.
there are,
Next question.
so how many days a week, one day a week, for how many years did you walk by there?
I'm 64 years old. I would say I may have walked past that bar maybe 1,000 times at the very least. I also went to elementary school, a block and a half down the street. All right?
And the bar was there?
The bar was there.
Was it open when you went to elementary school?
I would guess it was. I didn't have a
No, I'm
chance to
asking you to
frequent.
guess.
I
It's
can't
not
say,
even
I don't
relevant.
remember.
It's
I'm a
not
child. I'm supposed to recognize whether a bar is open.
Had you ever been in this establishment?
Never,
Never been in there?
never.
And you don't know either Ms. Driver or Ms. Watkins
I met Miss Driver here
on the 21st?
2 months ago for the first time,
And you
though
don't-
I've lived in the neighborhood since 1950.
Okay, but you never talked with her all the time she's been
Never
there?
seen
I
the
know
lady.
for a fact.
May I rebut one in response to the questions I was just giving? Let me say this. I've run a neighborhood bar myself. I ran the Gladiators Association Incorporated, one of the oldest black bars in the city of Baltimore. We frequented all bars.
Repeating yourself.
Yeah, we frequented all bars. But this was one of the ones that normally was never open.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Ms. Hutchinson the same question. Sure. All right, Ms. Hutchinson, you testified that this bar has been closed for 3 years. At least 3 years, and I just want to know, on what do you base that testimony?
My, frequenting the, community, visiting the business, members in the community, passing out my monthly flyers, talking with the residents about, 311 issues, calling 311 on issues, contacting, our, current, councilman, who is Nick Mosby. Prior to that, I worked with Belinda Conway. We went through the neighborhood, looking at issues that I wanted them to address for us. So I'm in and out of that neighborhood. Anybody that, lives in there knows me. They know me by walking through it and driving.
Let me ask you this, in the last 3 years, have you seen this bar open?
It has not been open in the past 3 years. No, ma'am, it has not.
Thank you.
All right, As a
Now
result,
that-
any new questions that you haven't answered before?
Just
concerning
according
this?
to the testimony just given now, how many days a week do you go by this establishment?
I'm through by that establishment at least 3 to 4 days a week.
And at nighttime?
If I come through there in the evening, yes. I live right around the corner.
Okay, so I'm just
So
gonna, how
I-
far away do you live from there?
I live 2 blocks away.
And you don't know either Ms. Driver or Ms. Watkins?
I think I answered that and I told you
All right, I
no,
have nothing.
and I still don't know.
All right, I'm ready for decision.
Well, I
Anything
got
else?
some rebuttal
I
testimony.
have one question to ask.
Go ahead.
Did either one of you know anything negative about Ms. Driver? Ms. Watkins?
No, I don't know anything negative
No.
about her personally, you mean?
Yes.
No, I don't know anything personally about her. No, I don't, because I never met her, so I can't.
Whether or not you know whether she has any qualities that would prevent her from owning a liquor license.
The fact of her wanting to own a liquor license. in-
Regardless of where, I mean, just want to know if you know any relevant information that would help us to decide that she should not have a license because of her character. That's all I need to know.
Character, I don't know anything about her,
Okay.
lady. I never met neither
All
one
right.
of them. They
Yeah,
don't.
sure.
And I would have to say the same thing. We even conversed with each other. We didn't know who the lady was. Neither one of us had ever met her, so we would never, and she looks very nice.
All right,
Well
folks.
dressed as well.
All testimony is in.
For the record in closing, I would state that this is an establishment, it's an existing establishment, it's not a liquor store. It's not in the community group where Doc Cheatham is involved. The lady who owns the store has owned this establishment since 1989. She's not in good health. She had a fire. Her daughter is willing to take the thing over. It's her only asset, and there's nothing negative that you can say against her. You're bound by the decision that was made in August the 21st. All this other stuff is smoke and mirrors, plus the fact you have the Baines case that says once you start renewing licenses, you can't go back and say they're no good, otherwise you gotta give them their money back. which has never happened in this case. You have a lady who is familiar since 1989. She's not a Johnny-come-lately in this case. She wants to help her mom out, who's not in good health. And there's nothing that anybody has said about this establishment that is negative, other than that it has alcohol, and they're against any places that have alcohol.
All right, ready? No, ma'am, the testimony is all in, it's time for decision. Now, let me set the legal status of what's happened in this case. The case came previously before this board on whether or not the 180-day rule had expired or not. And the board voted 2-1 to allow an additional 180 days to permit her. That was the vote. The two, of course, were for it and one against it. So today, we're here recognizing the fact that this board has legally permitted her another 180 days, and she is at this time within that period of time. Just for the record, I find credible all the testimony that this bar has been closed for at least 3 years without any opening. So the only issue that I find today before the board is whether or not this transfer, which is subject to all the laws of both the city and state, is the proper and the best thing for the community. And I'm persuaded that it is not. And on that issue, I vote no.
A transfer to me is based on the character of the person who's receiving the license. And I haven't heard anyone here today attest to whether her character is negative or positive. And the testimony here I heard, which I think was credible for the community, and I support that testimony, and I believe that you have a right to not want liquor establishments in your community. But I'm dealing with the law as I know it, and this is a transfer. And based on what I know about transfer, I haven't heard nothing to make me say no, so my vote is yes, based on the law itself. I'm voting positive for the transfer.
I vote no for the transfer, and I understand why you're here. And I just want to say this for the record. When your mother was here back in August, we had a set of information that was not at all complete. I have since received the complete, and we've all received the complete information on this transfer. And if I'd had that information on August 21st, I would have joined in a no vote. And this is the information. On November 20, 2012, a liquor board inspector found the location closed and concluded it may not be open. On December 10, 2012, a liquor board, no, I am not, I'm speaking.
Absolutely not.
On December 10, 2012, the liquor board inspector went back and said, this may be closed, can't catch them open, have come by several times. On January 2nd, 2013, the liquor board inspector went back, doesn't seem to be operating, has been by several times, it's never open. On February 20, 2013, the liquor board inspector went back, the place was closed, may not be operating per the liquor board inspector. March 26, 2013, closed, have been there several times, not open. Assuming that the place closed on November 20, 2012, this liquor license would have expired on May 20, 2013. Following the 180-day rule, there was no request for an extension. Liquor board inspector goes back. July 12, 2013, the place is closed. August 8, 2013, they go back. The place is closed, unable to inspect. September 9, 2013, the liquor board inspector goes back. The business is closed to inspection. October 4, they keep trying. They go back again. Inspector has not found this location open. If you assume the July 12, 2013 closure date, the license expired again using that date on January 9, 2014. There was no request to extend the license. There was no application. The 180-day rule kicks in. March 8, there is a fire. Next door causes damage to Lil's place. April 16, there was a hardship request. Mr. Kadinsky, you were here then and heard this on May 8, 2014. The extension request was withdrawn, May 8, 2014. And there was no discussion at that time regarding the last use of the license. All these facts that I just presented were not presented to this liquor board, to the old liquor board, nor this liquor board. July 18, there's another request for hardship extension. That extension was heard August 21, 2014. Ms. Driver appears. We don't have the information, we are not provided the information regarding these inspections and the apparent or the clear closure of this location. We grant the extension. It wasn't for 180 days. I think it was for 60 or 90 days, and I don't have the exact facts. But I will tell you, had I been provided that information when we heard this on August 21st, I would have voted no. I vote no today for all of these reasons, plus the testimony of these witnesses who say that the place has been closed and that they don't want it opened for all of the reasons that they stated. So my answer is no. I join with the chairman. The answer is no.
All right, folks, you have our decision. Call the next case. Left of the court reporter's ready. He's ready.
Okay, 1 second for me, sir. The next case is a hardship extension. That is,
Call it.
okay, Adam Pashkefic, Adpash, Inc. This is Standard Deli, 501 St. Paul Street, Unit 5L115. This is a Class A beer, wine, liquor license. A request for hardship extension under provision Article 2B, 10, 544D.
Please, Frank Charles, Your Honor, this is just our place that's closed down. We applied for an extension within the original 180 days. Now we're asking for an extension of that.
Let's see, you,
Which was Adpash 501?
give us, Michelle, give us the periods. The last is
Yes, sir. The last inspection for this was on November 6, 2013.
And when was the last, was there any other request for 180-day extensions?
No, sir. The first request for the 180-day extension was received by our office by fax on September 17, 2014, from Mr. Shawless.
We were open until April of 2014.
So is that true? What's our fact show?
The last inspection of that location was in November. However, the inspector that is in that area is also reassigned to other areas, so we do not have a full-time inspector in that area.
So we do not know one way or the other whether it was open?
No, sir.
Let me get the facts straight.
Yes,
So
sir.
the last inspection was November 6, 2013. The inspector noted that the license selling off inventory and that it was open on that date.
Yes, sir.
And you have no other evidence in the file showing the bar was closed?
No, sir. They filed for renewal at the regular renewal time, but there was no other inspection since that date, sir.
Okay. So that shows that the current request for 180-day rule was timely. Is that correct? What was the date of your request?
I think it was,
He said his closure date, sir.
what is the date on
The
that?
date on the letter is September 17, 2014.
September 17,
Yes, sir.
2014.
Yes,
So
sir.
obviously your time. All right, anything else you want to say?
Nothing else, sir, but just as an officer of the court, I give you my word. It was open, and I was there.
Well, there's no evidence that it was not open that I have here, anyway. All right, questions, commissioners?
By any chance, do you have any sales receipts showing sales or transactions after November 6, 2013?
Not with us.
I don't have anything with me now.
Wait a minute.
Do they exist?
Move.
Oh,
Swear the witnesses.
Raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name, sir?
Adam Paskovich.
All right, listen to the commissioner's
All
question.
right, so here's my question. Do you have any sales receipts or receipts showing sales after November 6, 2013?
I don't have any with me now.
When did you when did you finish the sale of your stock? I'm asking you, not your attorney.
I guess around that time, yeah.
Around November 6, 2013?
around April
April of what year?
2014.
All right. To whom did you sell? Did you do a bulk sales?
I mean, it was more like, I guess you call it like a fire sale. Wasn't a bulk sale. I mean, there was residents in the building.
So like bottle of wine for $1 kind of sale?
that bad, but, you know, we were definitely selling inventory at a reduced price, yeah.
Okay, and when do you believe was your last sale of alcohol?
I mean, I'm not good with specifics. It was in April, I can tell you that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, anything else? Nothing else? Unless I'm wrong, he's within the 180-day period, therefore I vote yes, based on that.
Yes.
I vote yes, but I have to note that we're hampered by incomplete information.
Yes, because of our staff,
Because of our staff.
yeah.
And
True.
that's unfortunate, and it's not going to continue, though.
Nope.
It's not going to continue. All
We're
right.
not saying,
It's not
being
you.
any critical of your
Yeah, it's just a
testimony, so-
statement. Yeah, so I
All right, you
I
have
vote
our
yes.
decision. The answer is yes.
Oops.
All right,
$100.
next case. Are you ready? Call the case.
Yes, sir, 1 second. It's, the next case is James Collins, contract purchaser, 39 South Arlington Avenue. This is a Class D beer, wine, liquor. A
Wait a
request,
minute, I have Frederick Avenue. Do I have the wrong case?
uh,
Or Arlington, okay, excuse me, go ahead.
okay,
39 South Arlington, everybody come forward.
okay. And this is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor. Request for hardship extension under 2B 10504D.
All right, council, enter your pairs, please.
I'm David John Preller, P-R-E-L-L-E-R Jr. Preller. Sorry.
And who, I know your father
Dad and my dad, my son also, back.
and your son.
Yep.
I haven't seen the Prellers here for a long time.
Been a while since.
All right, sir, I'll be glad to hear from you.
Basically, my client has now filed an application to have the license placed in his name. There was he asked for an extension for hardship, and I think somehow was misfiled or was lost. And
I think for the facts, yes. you're
Right.
Our staff did not pick up on your request, therefore we have to agree that it happened.
Right.
As a staff error.
Thank you. Yeah, well, basically, what he wants to do now, he's tried to bring other people take over the location, run the location, and so on, but he hasn't liked, for the community, because he's a member and lives in the community, and he hasn't liked what he's seen about some of the businesses that want to be open. So what he's decided to do is take the place over himself. Jim, why don't you explain that a little bit?
Okay.
Wait a minute, swear the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your name, sir?
James Collins.
Be glad to hear from you.
Tell him what you want to do with the place and why you haven't had somebody else go in.
Okay. We've had the place advertised and tried to market it for somebody to come in and take it over. The folks that have come in have been interested are not the kind of people that the community would want, I know, from past experience. And the kind of restaurant that the community wants is not interested in investing in the inner city at the present time. We do intend to open it up with basic food that and not a whole lot of noise, because there are residents in the area, and so it's very important, I think, to keep the noise level down, just make it a community gathering spot. I have had a restaurant in the past,
In the neighborhood.
in the neighborhood, right?
And you've been on liquor licenses before.
Yes, I have.
So
But,
you're familiar
no-
with, and how far away from this location do you live? You live in the neighborhood.
About 3.5 blocks.
So you're familiar with the neighborhood, you know
Yes.
what the neighborhood
Yes,
wants.
yes.
All right. What type of food do you tend to put into this restaurant?
It would be the basic, ideally, something like a Pollock Johnny or something like that with, beer and sausage, basic.
And you're working on that now?
Yes,
And you've just made your application?
correct, this morning.
Okay, so you've played,
Yeah.
and you're working towards that right now. How long do you think it'll be before you have this place open?
It would be good because there's an outside garden with it, which is a big feature. Would be good to open when the warm weather comes, so I would target May would be ideal.
That's a long time. Can you do it
Okay,
sooner than
well,
that, I guess would be the question.
It could be done, but it'd be more successful if it were done coincident with the warm weather.
questions, commissioners?
Collins, do you have the support of the community?
I believe I do.
You have anything in writing?
Previously, I understood that you could get, additional 6 months extension, so I was not aware of the new law, so this took me by surprise a little bit in the last couple of
Well,
weeks.
the
But I
law shows-
believe I would have the support of the community.
Here's where we have the problem here, as a staff in the past.
Right.
And the problem is that it shows that on October 9th, we have your first request for a 180-day extension. The law shows that if you've been closed for 180 days, on the 179th day, you can ask for another extension, for your first and only extension of 180 days, which actually gives you a full year. But your time period starts October 9th, 2014. Now, that means within 180 days of that date, you must be operating. You're talking about May. Is that within the 180-day period?
The restaurant had been open before with the license. I think last weekend, what?
Right now, it's closed.
Right now, it is closed.
Well, let me just say to you, sir, that you have to, according to what unless the commissioners find that I've got the facts wrong, you have 180 days from October 9th, when our staff found your letter. From that period, you have 180 days in which to open or lose your license.
Okay, from October 9th of
That would-
2014.
So April, I wonder before April
All
9th.
right, all right, okay, all right. That would,
I want to hear what the commissioner's question is.
Yes, sir.
Is that-
And what other facts.
My other
Okay.
question is, I didn't finish. You say you believe that the community is in favor of this business. What is, and you opened it up by saying you wanted to serve the community because you didn't want just anybody to come in and open up, so you have an interest in the community and you want to do what's right for the community. What's the name of the community that you're so concerned about?
Hollis Roundhouse Association.
Honest Roundhouse?
Jane Bucara, I have spoken to her about the kind of people we wanted in, but this, in the past.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
So I think we need to correct the record just a little bit. You last used your license October 27, 2013. There was a request for hardship extension that was filed April 16, 2014. Because of the fault of our staff, there was no action on that application. The application was found October 9, 2014. Had the hardship extension been found and it had been acted on, your hardship would have expired, the license would have expired April 26th, and then you would have had your 6-month extension. So, I mean, had there not been a hardship extension, the license would have expired April 26, 2014, just by the 180 days, the first 180 days rules. You did put in a timely request for an extension, but there was no action as a result of the inaction of our staff. Assuming we had acted, your hardship would expire October 23, 2014, which is today. In order to avoid that license being expired, my understanding is that you have put in an application to transfer the license. Is that correct? And you're handing me documentation that supports that. And you've paid a $500 fee, and that was done today. So you just made it. I'm gonna hand that over to the other commissioners. So you're asking for the transfer, and you have, if we approve it, you would have 180 days to complete that transfer, and that would need to be on or before April, I guess, April 2015. Correct.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Does that sound right? Do I have that?
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
more
yeah.
I think that, yes, exactly. What you're asking for today is just the hardship extension that should have been granted in May today. We're asking for it to make it official. We will come back with a transfer. We will come back with a transfer item in front of the board shortly because this application has been submitted to you.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Strike that from the record.
Oh, but
Let's get these facts right.
It's accurate.
After, what my
So-
fellow commissioner said, I believe is a correct statement of the facts. and I'm talking about Ms. Moore. All right, anything else?
No, that's basically what, right, he's asking for a transfer. He will be opening the restaurant.
All right,
And
now
within
that,
180 days, I'll just,
I think we need to do this in little bites.
whatever you
I
want.
think that today you're here today for a hardship extension.
Right.
And for all the reasons that the chairman has stated and the factual background that I've added, I think we're ready to vote on the hardship extension, which would just give you until today.
Right,
We essentially are conforming
the record.
the record to the reality
Right.
of what's happened. It is consistent with the law. It recognizes the error on the part of this board through inaction, no fault of your own. Your request has not been acted on. We are acting on it today.
Asking for the hardship extension.
and what do they have to do? You finish it.
They have made the request for the hardship extension. The hardship extension would run from April 26, 2014 to October 23, 2014, which is today. It expires today.
So you have to open today.
Or,
Well, we had-
or under Article 2B, Section 10-504D2 little I, make an application for transfer, which is what I understand you've done today. So let's just do the first thing, which is to make a decision on the hardship extension, which I think we're ready to vote on. You're going to come back another day and be heard on your timely application to transfer.
All right, now the application for the transfer is in the file already, isn't it?
They have been made,
Yeah.
and I don't, is this your only receipt? Because I don't want your own, we don't,
And we have a copy in the.
okay, so,
So you can have it back. All right, ready for vote. Anything else?
That would be it.
Vote yes.
yes.
Given all the dates in the records are correct, yes.
You have our decision, sir.
Thank you very much, and we'll be back. Have a great. Good to see you all. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
All right, tell me when you're ready.
Oh, $100, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, he's got $100.
All right, so call the next case.
Young Soo Huang, Jun Ja Huang, J&H Liquors, 2104 Frederick Avenue. This is in the Class A, beer, wine, and liquor. A request to open after 90 days.
Good morning.
Enter your appearance, please.
Actually, he just went to the bathroom, but may I just speak?
Sure.
Basically,
Give us your name.
David Wu, W-O-O,
And you're representing
the licensees.
the,
Two licensees, they're mother and son operation. But since early this year, both of them have been sick and physically unable to perform the duties at the liquor store. So they've been closed since early June. And now son, Mr. Huang, is able to reopen the store. So we're requesting that we be permitted to reopen the store at this time.
all right, so you were closed for 90 days beginning June 6, 2014. Is that correct?
June 1st, around June 1st.
June
Inspector
fir-
was there June 6th.
And today you're coming in and asking what?
To reopen the store. So we were asking for the liquor board to permit the licensees to reopen the store.
Under what code? Under what, under the 180-day rule or what?
No, sir, it's, would you like me to read where the
Yes.
code is? It's under 10-202 E, little v, where the board shall hold a public hearing if the licensee is closed for more than 90 days, except when caused by fire or casualty.
And what does it say?
That licensees must come before the board when they've been closed for more than 90 days to ask to reopen, sir.
All right, and go ahead, sir. What do you want to tell us?
There's nothing else except that the licensees are ready to reopen the for business at this
All
time.
right. Questions, commissioners?
No questions.
Do we have any records to show when this establishment closed?
Sir, this was prompted by letters, because, a letter that I sent to the licensee in August, in September, because our inspector had gone out there, and I received a complaint from a neighbor that the licensee was closed. So we went and sent a letter to the licensee to determine their status, and that's why they have responded as such.
I think the record show's been closed since June 6th, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
2014. Anything else? Anything else?
No, you agree, it's been closed since June
Yes,
6, 2014?
yes.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
have
you.
our signature. All right, the next case, I believe, is postponed. Right
I'm
down.
sorry. Yes, sir, the next case has been postponed, sir.
All right. And call the next case.
Do you want 10-202? Oh, okay.
Ready?
Oh, yes, sir. This is Jason Ambrose and Jane Ambrose. Hubert Street, 1157 LLC, trade name pending. This is at 1157 Hubert Street. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. A review of a transfer pending that more than 180 days under provision 2B-10504D.
In your opening to council,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Craig Schwartz, Freeman Wolf and Greenbaum, on behalf of the applicant.
all right, swear the witnesses.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Schwartz, I believe the record shows again, in this case, the request for a hardship extension
That is correct, Your Honor.
filed on April 23, 2014, was not processed by our staff. And when it was found, you were, or somebody notified you, is that correct?
That is correct. Actually, the applicant had continued to keep in touch with the board by sending in updates on the construction, and at a point in time, the executive secretary said that she felt that it would be necessary to schedule this for a hearing because of the current state of extensions.
All
And
right.
that is how we ended up here today.
So how many, what's your time periods? Give me that. You're not open now, is that correct?
We're not open now, and we're prepared to present testimony today to show that we are near completion. This has been a total renovation of the property, and the applicant has spent in excess of $500,000 on construction, and they're at the point where they're going to be putting up the finishing touches and dealing with a code issue for a front door and a stairway, with completion expected by December 31, to the point where inspections could be made and the applicant could present himself to the board for actual transfer of the license. So we would request an extension until December 31.
All right, questions of the staff? Questions of the commissioners?
So, my understanding is you were granted transfer of the license October 31, 2013.
That is correct. That was the date of the hearing. It was subject to submission of the letters of support from the associations, which were subsequently submitted. So I don't know if the formal effective date would be the submission of the community association letters or the conditional approval of the board on the date of the hearing.
The latter. And then April 23rd, 2014, there was a request for hardship extension, correct?
That is correct.
And that again, like the prior case, that request was not processed by the liquor board staff. Do I have that right?
That is correct. And then a supplement to that request was submitted on September 24th, 2014. And again, that was not ruled upon. It was an update of the current status of the construction and anticipated completion dates.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Well, let me ask my executive secretary on this. What are the time periods here?
Sir, the board originally granted the transfer in October of 2013, October 31st.
And this was a transfer.
Yes, sir. In April, we did receive a hardship extension, as you said, that was not processed by staff at the time. Throughout the summer, we did receive updates from the licensee regarding the repairs and the
So
condition.
what's the time period?
So then September, we also then received another update, and that's why we brought it to you. But the time period is that if we would have, in April, or actually in March, that we would have need to do a 180-day extension. Their 360 days would expire on the 15th, closer to the 19th of October, so you're at your 360 days right now.
Well, let me go back.
Yes, sir.
First of all, if they don't do anything, they have 180 days,
Right.
because the code allows them a total of 1 year.
Yes, sir.
But if they had applied on the last day, then they would have the 182nd, the actual first and only request for 180 days, then began on the 23rd of April, but was not noted by our staff. Didn't exist. And it's picked up by our staff, and that's why we're here today.
Correct.
All right, from that date of 23rd of April to the date, how many days are we talking about?
The 360 days, as of today, would be over, will be ceasing. Well, it'll be ceasing in the next day or two, because it's 360 days, and today is October 23rd, sir.
Comes to today, doesn't it?
It comes until the 25th,
6 months, yeah.
the 25th
The
Saturday
25th of April.
of August. I mean, October, sorry, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
October. Excuse me, sir.
Now, that's assuming that that we recognize the fact that the staff didn't pick it up, and then we pick it up backwards. But in the worst scenario, the 25th, you must open.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe that under the applicable section 10504D,
With respect to transfer,
with the hardship extension, that under section 4, D4, D5, the time period actually begins upon the earlier the closing of the business or cessation, and shall be tolled upon the filing of the application, and begin running again upon final action of the board granting or denying the request, which would be today. So as a result of the tolling, with the applicant having timely acted by filing the request, the fact that the board did not rule on it today serves to toll it. So they would actually have sufficient time remaining within the 360-day period, well beyond December 31, which is when they are requesting an extension.
run that past me again.
Okay, under the hardship section that is before the board today, that would be 10504D, subsection 5 specifies how the 360-day period should be calculated. Not to exceed 360 days as calculated under subsection 5, which states that it is the intent of the subsection that the total time period for a hardship extension be 360 days. The time period begins on the earlier of the closing of the business or cessation of use of the license, and is tolled upon the filing of the application for the extension, which was April 23rd. And the period shall begin running again upon the occurrence of the later to occur of certain events, and subsection I is final action of the board granting or denying the request, which is being done today. So the period is tolled on April 23rd. It resumes again today. So there's plenty of time left through well beyond December 31, 2014, which is the date on which we are asking this board respectfully to extend.
All right, commissioners, questions? I believe that's the code.
That is the code. That is what it says. It's right here.
Anything else? None? Vote for, the vote for the, shall be taken. I vote yes.
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 Sir, you have our decision. Thank you. All right, tell me when you're ready.
So we would change the impact on the prior case too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have more time.
Sorry, I'm not, give me 2 seconds.
All right, just a second, yeah. Hold-
We're gonna have to straighten that out.
Yeah,
What case was it?
Fui.
But he's already submitted.
Well, yeah, but I just think the record should be clear,
I agree.
and we'll come back to it, because
Okay,
I need
we
to
have
find it. Yeah.
It's the hardship extension
Is
for
that-
James Collins. Would you like me to reread that into the record?
Not yet.
Okay,
That was 39 South Arlington.
that's correct.
So their time period stopped. Well, we'll come back to it.
Yeah,
It'll be
come back to
cleaner.
it. Let's
Okay.
call the next case and we'll come back to it. They're all tough cases.
Okay, this is Ian Parrish and Charles Parrish, Baltimore Eagle LLC, trade name Baltimore Eagle, at 2022 North Charles Street.
All right, any parents, sir?
For the record, Melvin J. Kaninsky representing the applicants and proposed licensees.
Alan Menarchik with Charles North Community Association, representing Charles North, Old Goucher, and Charles Village Civic Association.
Spell the last name for me.
MLINARCHIK.
C-H-I-K.
Yes, sir.
Address are we at 2022?
And you're representing the Charles Village,
Charles North.
Charles North. All right, sir, I'll be glad to hear from you.
And also here is Sharon Guider, Chair, CVCA Land Use Committee, Charles Village Civic Association.
All right, and you're chair of the committee?
Correct.
And your last name again?
Guida, G-U-I-D-A.
All right.
And Your Honor, Carl Stokes, City Council, 12th District. Your Honor.
And that is your district?
Yes, sir. This is a request by a joint group to postpone this so that the applicants can meet with the community on November 4th to give them a progress report on what they've been doing. I think everybody met out in the hall. We thought it'd be good if they could have a short postponement so they could let them know all the things they've been doing in the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may have a legal problem here, too.
It's not a 10504 situation.
Okay, well, you better tell us. Any objection to the postponement?
No.
Okay, commissioners, any objection?
No.
Postpone?
I mean, just so it's clear, we'll agree to the postponement, but that's not a decision as to the validity of the license.
It's a 10503 situation.
It's not a decision as to the validity of the license. It's just a postponement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Councilman Stokes, it's nice to see you.
Shoot that down, too.
Yep. Sit here.
All right, ready? Call the next case.
Okay. Jason Stevens, Randanaha Singh and Stevens, LLC, Brewer's Cask. This is at 1236 Light Street. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a review of a pending transfer more than 180 days under provision 2B 10504D.
All right, be glad to hear from you. Who are you? Who's who?
We're the managers, Bill Gross and L Gross.
And you are the licensees?
We're the managers.
Managers. The licensee is out of the country.
Yes.
Correct.
Swear the witnesses.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? What were the names? Bill and
L.
L
Gross.
G-R-O-S-E.
L.
All right, I'd be glad to hear from you. Who's going to speak first?
Basically, I think the only missing document we had, I spoke to the liquor board, was the UNO updated, which we had,
So,
and they said to bring a
Right
copy
now.
with us.
let me ask you, the transcript is very clear here. The board approved live entertainment on June 20th, 2013. And then, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, give me, sir. Yes, ma'am.
2013.
Yes, sir.
And then, the board at that time asked what you have done to close the deal, and they gave you 90 more days to close. Isn't that correct? And when was that?
Was, I'll tell you in a second. That was February 6th.
And you didn't close?
I did, and I took the proper document to the liquor board, but they couldn't seem to find it. And they said instead of bringing it back to them again, to bring it here today.
Okay. So when did you close?
The final was May 9th when I got the certificate, but it started March, which is when we had applied.
When you closed? You know what I'm talking about?
No, closed.
They never this is not a,
This is for live entertainment.
Yeah, this is just an application to add live entertainment. You were never closed.
No,
This is a pending, a
Live
long pending
entertainment.
request to add live entertainment.
so it was
That's
all
it.
approved,
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
think the only missing document was that it was added to the UNO, and it is.
Was added what?
Added to the use and occupancy, certificate of occupancy. They
So
asked-
it's a technicality.
Yes.
Is that correct?
yes, sir, that is correct. That we were missing the university.
So if they bring in the technicality document, that's it.
That's
Made
it.
you a copy.
Is this a copy?
Yes,
All right,
that's yours.
So we don't even have to vote on it.
Yes, and our inspector actually was out there yesterday with the licensee. And also verified this information as well.
Let's make this, you wanna,
Commissioner satisfied? We don't have to vote on it?
No, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. I'm reading where it says review of a transfer pending for more than 180 days in the provision of 2B section 10504. So the thing that that was pending is the proof that live entertainment was added to the use permit.
Yes,
He
Commissioner.
has provided that, so in essence, the case is up to date and closed.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm good with it.
All right.
and just so you're clear, that was added May 9, 2014. So that was timely.
All right, Exhibit 1.
The
Give a
exhibit
turn,
one.
and we'll pass on, because the matter has been corrected. And the board says that your file is complete now. You may go. Be nice if all these files were complete. All right, call the next case.
Chairman, I'd actually like to ask to postpone and move this case because the licensee is not present, and I believe it's partly because of my conversation. So I would like to ask to move this to the November 6th agenda, please.
Which case is that?
This is the touchdown at 1171 Hamburg Street, sir. And then we can conclude then after that.
Do we need to do the revision on the,
Yes.
We'll do it next.
that right now?
Yeah.
Just let me know when you want to start.
Well, with respect to West Hamburg Street, any objections to the postponement to the 6th of November?
None.
No.
Which case we can
Just a minute. I know you'd love to run the agenda, but I do. Pass that over to our,
I was just asking which one it was.
all right, now we'll go back to 39 South Arlington Avenue. I'm going to ask my fellow commissioner here to correct the record.
So, previously, with respect to 39 South Arlington, we determined that the license, that the hardship extension would have expired today. Given the tolling provisions of Article 10-504, Part D5, and the tolling provision, I believe that these licensees have an additional 170 days to on that extension. They made their application on April 16, 2014. The license would have expired on April 26, 2014. We did not act until today. And I believe that because of our inaction, i.e. our staff's not acting and advancing their application, I believe that with respect to 39 South Arlington Avenue, this license has an additional 170 days before it would, 160 days before it would expire.
All right, any commissioners have any objection? Hearing none, I vote yes on the amended order. Commissioners?
Oh, yes, I vote yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to keep me in suspense. All right, folks, we'll stand in recess until this afternoon, and it's now 12:30. I'm amazed we finished that difficult docket by this time, until 1:15.
Okay.
Call the first case.
Yes, sir. This is Kendrick Godin, Ines Godin. This is Elite Lounge, LLC, trade name Elite Lounge. This is at 1571 Ridgely Street, Class D, beer and wine and liquor license. These are 4 violations. A violation of Rule 4.05A, prohibitive hours. No licensee shall permit any person to consume alcoholic beverages on the licensed premises during hours which sales are prohibited by law. Regarding September 27th, 2014, a liquor board inspector observed patrons in the possession and consuming alcoholic beverages. Again, this is a second violation of violation 4.20B, alterations. No licensee shall make installation or alterations on licensed premises until a permit therefore has been obtained from the building, the Bureau of Buildings of the Department of Baltimore City, and approved by the Fire Department, Health Department of Baltimore City, and has been secured where approval is required. September 27th, 2014, a liquor board personnel observed the second floor of the establishment without a liquor board or zoning approval. Violation of Article 2B, Section 11, 304D2. In Baltimore City, a licensed premises shall cease operations of serving alcoholic beverages or food or providing entertainment at a closing hour of the licensed class premises in this article. On September 27, 2014, Liquor Board personnel observed 16 individuals inside the establishment after closing time for a Class D liquor license. There's also a violation of 4.18, illegal conduct. No licensee shall commit or allow the commission on his premises of any act which shall be in contrary to any federal, state, or local law, or law against ordinance, or against the public peace, safety, health, welfare, quiet, or morals. September 27th, 2014, the manager was unable to produce a trader's license.
All right, are you here for the owner?
No, actually, he couldn't find his keys. He went to see if he left them downstairs. When he checked in, he just left back out.
So where is he?
Went to look for, he went to see if he left his keys downstairs. When
Left
he checked
something
in there.
downstairs?
Yes, his keys. He can't find them. He
Okay,
thought
he's
he left them
coming
down.
right now?
Yep, he's coming right back. So I should've went for him.
All right, we'll call the next case then.
Okay. We can move to the case of Nicholas Ramos, trade name Arcos Restaurant. This is a Class BD7, excuse me, this is located at 129 South Broadway. This is a Class BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. The first 2 charges, the board is going to withdraw, but we are going to go forward with the charge of a violation of Rule 4.18, illegal conduct. No licensee shall commit or allow the commission on his premises of any act that shall be contrary to any state, federal, local statute, and against the peace, safety, health, and quiet or morals. This occurred on May 7th, 2014, where a liquor board inspector observed the operation open and selling alcohol without a valid liquor license.
All right, you representing the licensee?
Chairman for Gary Maslin, on behalf of the licensee. Your Honor, please, we would admit that violation.
just like to be heard in mitigation.
Just a minute. And the facts of the case are that on May 7th, 2014, the liquor board personnel observed the bar was open and selling alcohol without a valid license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Be glad to hear from you.
Hey, Judge, before we
Yeah.
go on record, can we go on record for why the first two charges are being dropped so we have record of it?
Yes, sir. The first two charges are being dropped because the officer was unable to attend the hearing today.
I thought the officer wasn't notified.
He was notified, but he is not here, and he's not at the hearing today.
He was notified by the service of the sergeant, you told me,
Yes.
but not him.
But not him.
Well, that's no notification. So these things, we're gonna get straightened out, with our new staff and directors. These are problems which of course are coming up all the time. So therefore, we have no testimony with respect to the first two. We have an admission on the third one, and we're gonna go ahead. And I just went ahead with the facts, and you've admitted them.
Yes.
And now with respect to, did you have any additions, in addition to what I said, do you have any additional facts? Any of you witnesses? All right, swear all the witnesses,
Raise your right hand,
in case they
please.
have something to say.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Mr. Maslin?
Mr. Ramos is the past president of the Hispanic Businessmen's Association, operated a business known as Arcos Restaurant. Arcos has been the scene of many charitable fundraisers over the years and different events, and he's very active in his community. What brings him before the board today, unfortunately, is a financial matter which caused him to be open on May the 7th. When the license was renewed, his problem was he had a substantial sales tax liability. He was in the process of going back with the comptroller's office, negotiating a payment plan for the tax liability. He, a few days after May the 7th, was able to get a payment plan worked out. He paid the comptroller's office $20,000 and is now on a payment plan with the comptroller's office. He is very sorry for what he did, but it was around Cinco de Mayo time, a traditional Hispanic celebratory time, and his restaurant was a popular institution for not only the Hispanic community, but many of the many non-Hispanic people that enjoy his restaurant. He's very sorry for what occurred. Currently, unfortunately, the restaurant is closed. He's had a issue with the health department, which he's trying to address. Also, there were some health issues that he's working on, and he's hoping to reopen in the near future as soon as the staffing issues and the health department issues are resolved. Mr. Ramos, is there anything you'd like to say to the board?
No, only because we have like 10 years and open. 10 years was open the restaurant, and usually we start celebrate the Cinco de Mayo in our community. And we have a friend from Mexico that come and help me in the restaurant to clean and fix it. And they was over there in the time when the inspector job, and I was trying to have a payment plan with the state of Maryland, what was agreement, and everything was straight after that. But I have a hard time and have 4 kids, 2 kids and 1 kid in college and 2 in high school, and I just try to keep going and have no construction, have a big recession after the 2007 and really hit my economic, personal, and the family and the business. Have also have construction company, and everybody know they have no construction work before the 2013, 12, 10. So we have a big recession, and I just try to survive and feed my family.
Well, you also have past problems, again, that didn't have a trader's license.
It's the same problem with the state of Maryland. With
the bar open and selling, and no records for employees, which have been fined in the past. no records for employees, you know what I'm talking about? And you're found responsible for that, and the bar opened after hours.
No, after hour, we never open after hour. We
Well, it
usually
says
have,
here, were you the owner in 2008?
yes, I open and, but,
Says here, the violation of Rule 4.18 in that year found that the bar was open and selling liquor after hours. No?
well,
Found guilty and $500 fine.
well, this was 2008. After that, we don't have any problem. After the 2008, I probably, have the problem with what in 2008.
All right, Commissioner, questions?
I mean, I just listened to what he said. He said he hasn't had any problems since 2008, but also in his violation history, on 10/21/10, which is 2 years after 2008, he also paid a fine of $125. So,
But it's only like one in 2008, one in 2010. We have, really no real, besides pay the taxes and all my personal economic problem. And the sale of the restaurant dropped after the 2007, after the recession, like 40% of the sale, and have a real hard time. We still have a hard time and try to reopen again with the new staff and
but hard time doesn't give you the right to violate.
no, I understand. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I understand.
It sounds like you're justifying your hard times.
No, I
Your
just
violation by using your hard times.
I'm sorry about what I did, and wanna be not happen again.
Any questions?
Yes, just for the record, it was on October 21, 2010, you paid a $125 fine, and that was in lieu of appearing at a hearing. So do you recall what that violation was in 2010?
I don't remember exactly.
It's a trader's license.
Oh, so you didn't have your trader's license.
Oh, yeah, the trader license.
When did the restaurant close?
We used to close like two months ago. We just closed.
All right, so the restaurant has not been open for 2 months?
Yes.
Okay. And you've not used the liquor license for 2 months? That is correct? Not in use for 2 months? Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let me ask you a question. It's the first time I've ever asked it. Would he rather be closed than fined? It seems like he's broke.
It's already closed.
Yeah.
I'd prefer the closure, but not a very extensive closure, but just trying to get reopened as soon as.
If I might, Your Honor,
Yeah.
he's already closed.
Yeah.
So that is not any sort of sanction whatsoever. He's already closed.
No, but I really wanna open. I start fixing and
I don't know how the others feel, but I don't think that we should impose a closure.
We're listening.
I mean, I don't think we should impose a closure. That's no penalty to you whatsoever. That's what you already have.
So you're thinking about a fine?
I am thinking in this case a fine, and I think that the issue of your closure, that's a whole nother matter that we may be hearing 30 days from now. We may be hearing 120 days from now. You are closed. We need to leave that alone. I think that we're talking about a monetary fine.
What's the fine brackets?
Sir, because anything after the first fine, you've opened it up to any fine because he's already had one within the period of his license. So in 2008, from the record, he had a fine of $800. So you can fine anywhere over $500 to whatever. That's your.
No, it's not whatever.
Well, to the 3,000. I'm sorry, to your maximum. I'm sorry, sir. Pardon me. Excuse me.
All right, with respect to punishment, therefore I find that at $3,000, also spend it to $1,500. How much time do you need to pay it?
but at least a month.
30 days to pay.
And it's 1,500 suspended.
3,000 all suspended, but
You agree-
1,500.
You agree with that, Dana?
Yeah, so clearly,
Commissioner?
the fine is $3,000, 1,500 suspended, so it's a $1,500 payment that would be paid in 30 days. Is that what I'm hearing?
Plus costs.
Plus costs, so I
Yeah.
agree with that.
I'm okay with that.
All right, you have our decision. You understand it? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Call the next case.
I think the previous case is here.
Oh, that's right. Are we all here in the case of Ridgely Street?
The one that you called earlier. You have to recall that.
Where's Ridgely Street?
Just call it.
Yes,
someone
sir.
come forward.
This is the case at 1571 Ridgely Street, Elite Lounge. And this is violation of Rule 405, 420, Article 2B 10-304D and D2, and then a violation of 4.18, illegal conduct. There are 4 charges, and they stem from September 27th, 2014.
All right, and you're the licensee, sir?
Yes, sir.
And your name?
Cameron Golden.
All right, and swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Yes.
All right, officer, I'll be glad to hear from you. Okay, you're directing your attention to 1571 Ridgely Street. Are you going to testify to all the violations or just some of them?
I'm just gonna testify to basically what I did. The liquor inspectors were there for the violations.
So which
I got
one-
that after the fact.
Which one do you have?
I just my report just cooperates with me getting there from the after the inspectors.
So they should testify first?
Yeah, if you want, you let them testify then.
You corroborate what the inspectors will testify
Yeah,
to.
because by the time I got there, it was after the fact.
All right, state your name, please, for the record.
Agent Mark Fossler, Balmer Seed Liquor Board.
All right, and you're going to testify to all of them?
Yes, sir.
All right, directing your attention to September 27, 2014, 1571 Ridgely Street. Did you have occasion to go to that location? And if you did, what, if anything, did you see and do?
Okay, on September 27th, 2014, approximately 12:30 a.m., we initiated observation of the Elite Lounge, 1571 Ridgely Street. This establishment has a Class D liquor license, which requires closure at 1 a.m. The establishment is only approved for use of the first floor with no live entertainment. Inspector Tom Karanakolis and Agent Fossler entered the establishment at 1:06 a.m. Security was still working the door. The doors were not locked. Upon entry, we observed approximately 13 people on the first floor. 6 individuals were either consuming beverages or had beverages in their hands or in front of them. We followed a patron up the steps to the second floor. We observed 3 individuals on the second floor. 1 patron had a beverage in her hand. A DJ and a sound system was playing on the second floor. We located the owner-manager, Mr. Kendrick, to my right, and advised him he was operating after hours for his class of liquor license. We also advised him that the use of the second floor was not approved by the liquor board. Detective L.C. Greenhill from the Vice Unit arrived and also spoke to the owner-manager. Upon conducting an inspection, the 2014 trader's license could not be located, and the use and occupancy permit allowed for use of the first floor only. We departed at approximately 2 a.m., no further incident. That concludes my report.
Questions, sir? Do you have any questions of the inspector?
No, sir.
No questions. All right, Commissioners, any questions?
No.
All right, Inspector, do you have anything? Come over. State your name.
Inspector Tom Karanakolis.
Were you present during the time period testified to by Inspector Fossler?
Yes.
And do you have anything to add?
No, sir.
All right, do you want to ask him any questions?
No, sir.
All right, Officer Greenhill, come on over. Now, you came in later, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, what do you have to say about that?
The only thing that I would have to say is that Mr. Golden was cooperative during the whole exchange.
He was cooperative.
He was cooperative.
Is any changes or additions do you have to the testimony of the prior witnesses?
No changes
All
or
right,
additions.
Commissioners, questions?
So his license, he was supposed to close at 1 a.m.? Is that,
That's correct.
and you were present at 1:05 a.m. and observed people still
As
present?
well, like I
Or-
said, they were there first. As I came, it was a few patrons still leaving and hanging outside in front of the business.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any problems with this license, with respect to the community?
No, it's been up in, that night, and that business has been closed for about a year. I was pretty, involved with the, previous licensees,
But not this one.
but not this one. He's a brand new licensee.
And so with respect to punishment now, on that part of the testimony, you say that you've had no previous violation history with this licensee?
Not with this licensee.
And he was cooperative this time?
Very cooperative.
All right. Questions, commissioners?
Just to the, if you don't mind answering the question, how long have you been there?
Just a few months.
Few months?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to have him make a statement before we do any finding or things?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just wait for your statement first.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, Commissioner? No more questions. All right, state your name, sir.
Cameron Golden.
I'll be glad to hear from you.
First of all, I do want to apologize. I'm new at this, and
Are you the owner
yes, I am.
and the operator?
Yes, I am.
And you've been there for several months?
Just a few months.
But you were there on September 27th?
Yes.
Mhm. And you're handing me an exhibit?
Yes.
What is the exhibit you're handing
That's
me?
just my establishment that I have here, and it also has the certifications, my articles incorporated, my license, my trader's license, of course, which I couldn't find at that time, but I do have a trader's license.
Exhibit 1.
There you go, there's exhibit 1.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, what else do you want to tell us?
And also, the second floor is for employees only. And I also explained that to the inspectors as well.
And you had a DJ?
No, I didn't have a DJ up there.
You do not?
No,
You had it on this night?
no, I did not.
Did I hear wrong? Did you say there was a DJ on the second floor, Officer? Inspector Foster?
Yes, I did, Chairman.
And was he playing or doing anything?
Standing behind the turntable. They were playing music.
And you heard the music?
Yes, sir.
What do you have to say about that?
No, there was music upstairs, but my daughter was on her iPod. My employees can play music, eat. That's what the upstairs is for my employees only. It strictly is for employees only.
Well, Inspector Foster, what do you have to say about that? Is there such a thing? I've never heard this before. That employees can go upstairs and play music and have DJs?
No, it wasn't a DJ.
Well, play music?
Now, wrote the violation because I believed it to be a violation, Chairman.
Just one question, and maybe a follow-up too. The second floor, is that second floor open to the first floor, or is there a door separating the first floor from the second?
There's a set of steps, there is no door, there's no security denying access to the second floor. I followed another person in the establishment right up to the second floor.
Okay, so you can hear the music from the first floor and up to the...
I don't remember if I heard it.
Okay.
I heard it when I got
Your
up to the
experience-
second floor.
And your experience, why do you think they used that floor? Did you see any evidence or anything that you can share with us?
Well, there were some, the person with the drink was upstairs. There were some drinks upstairs.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions?
So, as it stands at the moment, it sounds like your second floor, at least that night, was being used as an entertainment space for your guests, and that, that would be a clear violation. And there's this, your explanation that it was where your daughter was playing, that doesn't really square, that doesn't square.
That's why I was like, I never understand
Well, there's a statement that there was video, but your video wasn't working that night.
Well, the thing is that I'm not a, you know, I leave everything up to my technical team. I have a lot of people that work for me.
But you're responsible for your technical team? So,
Yes,
but
I'm
the
responsible.
issue of whether your video was working is of no moment, I don't think. But what would be really helpful to me is if you were using it for your second floor and you did that as a mistake, just say it.
Oh, no,
Just
ma'am.
say it. Because sometimes the, you know, the simplest explanation is the right explanation. And it's sort of contorted to say it was your daughter up there using an iPod when the evidence is sort of overwhelming to the contrary.
Yeah, I know. It's like me coming somewhere, no one is gonna know who's my daughter, who's my family. And all I'm doing is being truthful and honest. That second floor, because I follow protocol, and I'm embarrassed because I'm here. I'm very detail organized. And for me not to have certain things, this is embarrassing. My name here, you know, my father, you know, it's just, this is embarrassing. But for me, that second floor was not in use. I have a security team that watches cameras that whole time. The employees, that's an employee lounge. That's where because you see my first floor, they can't eat, they can't drink, they can't do nothing down there because I'm limited in space. There's a small back, probably 4 feet, so I allow them to go upstairs.
I don't know what the decision's gonna be, we'll find out in a minute, but just as a word to the wise, you might wanna rethink about how you use your space for your employees, because if there's a saying, if it looks like a duck, and it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm ready for decision. Anything else? And I adopt the duck testimony as a part of my decision. Sir, you have to get a hold of the operation of your place. You are responsible for it. Regardless of what your family does or anybody else, you are totally held responsible. And I firmly believe that the way that the second floor is being used is a violation of your liquor license. And I believe all the testimony has been presented. However, in view of the fact that you've only been operating a couple months and you have no prior conduct, and I think you seem to have a good attitude. If you come back again, it'll be a different story, but I'm imposing a $400 fine on each one of the 4 charges, of which makes it a total of 4 floors is a $1,600 fine. On all the charges, I find you responsible. How much time do you need to pay him?
He has this trader's license.
He does?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in
Yes,
this
sir.
packet, but you were not able to produce it that night.
Yeah,
And that's the issue.
I got a person that's on your side on the trader's license, therefore I'll suspend the license spend the fine on the trader's license. You have 3, 400, 400, 400, 400, is $1,200, plus 400 suspended on the 4 charges of which I find you responsible in all 4. Commissioners?
I agree.
I concur, I agree.
All right, you have our decision. How much time do you need to pay it?
60
You
days.
tell me.
60 days is fine.
60 days, fine. So you go over here and make your arrangements.
And once again, I apologize.
Don't come back.
You won't see me back.
Thank you.
And you guys are more welcome to come down to Elite Lounge.
Okay.
Yeah, just what's,
Crystal Golden.
okay, let's see.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
The record should reflect that your wife was amazed that you couldn't remember her name.
I'll give it to you.
He recovered, though. Let him come home. Let him come home.
Call the next game.
Just 1 second, Chairman. It's 60 days. Thank you.
So you did 422 Macon?
Yes, that one is off.
Postponed.
So this is Woo Tak Lee, Joan Ho Lee, Hun Jung Lee, Hung Liquors, trade name Penn Liquors at 1041 Greenmont Avenue. This is a violation of 5.03A, a Class BD7. The holder of a BD7 license must operate as a premises with on consumption premises, with on-service present premises at tables, bars, and other substantial furniture.
suitable furniture, excuse me. Packaged goods if sold must be sold over the bar and not in a separate package lounge, good or store department or other sections otherwise previously pursuant to subsection 2 of this rule. A packaged goods store or department or section as defined within this area of the licensed premises, which is the primary activity of sales of packaged goods, and in no premises and in which no on-premises consumption regularly takes place. This occurred on March 5th, 2015. A police officer found a portion of the tavern closed when packaged good portion was open. Officer was refused entry into tavern. There's a second violation of this that occurred on June 18th, 2014. So this is again Rule 503A, BD7.
All right, counsel, under your appearance, please.
Yes, thank you. Stephen W. Fogelman on behalf of the licensees. There'll be no admission in this matter.
Swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel Greenhill, directing your attention to the March 5th, 2014. Did you have occasion to go to 1041 Greenman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did you see, and what did you do as a result of it?
On that particular date, myself and Detective Agawande, both of our SES Vice, conducted a BD7 investigation at Penn Liquors at 1041 Greenmount Avenue. BD7, as defined by rules and regulations for the liquor board, is defined as tavern operations, which means a tavern is an establishment where alcoholic beverages are habitually sold for on-premises consumption. As stated in the report that I receive numerous complaints on a daily basis concerning BD7s that don't regularly open to customers in the community. On that evening, Detective Agawande, who was working plainclothes capacity, walked into the establishment and immediately asked to use the bar area. The clerk, later identified as licensee Jung Ho Lee, stated the bar is closed. What do you want? Detective Agawande replied, all I want is a couple of shots of Hennessy. Licensee Mr. Lee said, no, we are closed, referring to the tavern portion of the establishment. At that time, Detective Agawande left at that time. Minutes later, I entered the establishment, observing several patrons inside the packaged goods portion of the establishment purchasing alcoholic beverages. I entered the tavern area of the establishment and observed it to be empty. Your writer advised licensee Jung Ho Lee that the tavern portion of the establishment cannot be closed if the packaged goods section is open. I further advised he must allow his patrons in the tavern if they chose to do so. The establishment was left in the control of licensee Mr. Lee.
Your assignment and your position with respect to enforcement.
Simon is Special Enforcement Section Vice Detective.
Baltimore City Police.
Baltimore City Police Department.
All right. Any questions?
Very briefly, thank you, Detective. Always good to see you.
Good seeing you.
You weren't actually present when the conversation between Detective Akinwande and the Baltimore Police and the licensee took place, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. I was not present.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Commissioner, questions?
No.
No questions.
All right. Come on over, Officer Akinwande. You've been sworn. Identify yourself and your assignment.
Detective Akinwande of the Special Enforcement Section, Vice Unit, Baltimore.
Now, directing your attention to 1041 Greenmount Avenue, what is your testimony?
My testimony pretty much corroborates what Detective.
You gotta say it.
Repeat. Tell us what you experienced.
I walked into the bar to gain. I walked into the establishment to gain entry into the bar area. I noticed there were other patrons in there, but I was refused entry into the bar area. Specifically, what was told to me that the bar area was closed. In other words, not open for service. At that time, I left the establishment knowing that I was not going to be served at the bar.
All right. Questions?
No questions. Thank you, Detective.
Commissioners, questions?
No. No questions.
All right. Come over, sir. All right. Inspector, give us your name and your assignment, please.
Inspector John Howard, Baltimore City Liquor Board.
Directing your attention to 1041 Greenmount Avenue on the June 18th,
Yes, sir.
2014. Do you have occasion to go to that premises?
Yes, on
And what is your testimony?
at about 10:55, I was out training part-time inspector Wendell Wright, and we went into.
With you here today?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman on your left?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
At that time, I was out there training to go. We went there to do a routine inspection and a BD7 investigation. Inspector Wright.
1041 Greenman Avenue.
Yes, sir. Inspector Wright went in and requested entry to the tavern area and was denied. At that time, he walked back out, and I came in, and we came in. We did a routine inspection, and I informed the the attendant that when the packaged goods department was open, the tavern area had to be open, and we violated him at that time.
Questions?
No questions.
Any
Thank you.
questions, Commissioners? No. All right, come over, Inspector Wright. You've been sworn. Give us your assignment.
Licensed liquor inspector.
And you're assigned, and on this particular day, were you in the presence of, accompanied with Mr. Inspector Howard?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you see and do with respect to the location of 1041 Greenman Avenue?
Went in ahead of Inspector Howard, attempted to gain entry to the bar area, was informed that it was closed.
All right, questions?
No, thank you, Inspector Wright.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Inspector. Any questions, Commissioners?
No questions.
None.
All right. With respect to your defense.
Thank you. We won't call any witnesses. We'll hold off for mitigation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I find you're responsible for both charges now with respect to punishment. I'd be glad to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. On the first instance, on March 5th, 2014, Mr. Lee is here, and he has been a very vigilant licensee when it comes to preventing underage sales. He explains that on the date in question, March 5th, 2014, that due to the fact that his customers, who I'll discuss with you in a minute, are all over the age of 40 years, that he believed that Detective Akinwande looked young, and claims that he told him the bar was closed because he didn't want to have any problems with possible underage drinking.
This officer down here look young?
That's what Mr. Lee has stated. And again, that's because his clientele runs a lot older than maybe some of the other
By
bars.
looking young, you're insinuating that he might be underage to
That's
drink at
correct.
21.
And I say that because, as I'll share with you in a minute, my client has never been found guilty of any, or even cited for any liquor board violations in the 9 years he's been in business.
Been in business 9 years?
Right. And in fact, Your Honor, he was assaulted and had his car, the windows to his car destroyed on Christmas Day, last Christmas Day, when he refused to sell to a person without an ID that he thought was underage. And I have unfortunately, my only copy is a police incident
You want
report,
this back after we look at it.
if that's acceptable. With respect to the incident that occurred in June with the agency's own inspectors, on that date and time, Mr. Lee was not working. His father was working, and he, quite frankly, had not provided proper instructions to his father with respect to the fact that the bar has to be open at all times that the bar's open. And since that time, I've explained, I mean, he understands the law, but I've explained to him ways to ensure that he stays compliant. One quick thing I do want to say, and I'm sure this is, something that you all are talking about revising the rules. These rules, specifically for 5.03A, have been around, the same language, for 50, 60 years. Part of that rule says you have to be open at all times, that the packaged goods store is open, and that's very clear. The part that's not very clear, and it might be the word habitually, 503 also says that there shall be, a tavern is defined as an establishment where alcoholic beverages are habitually sold for on-premises consumption. Now, Black's Law Dictionary defines habitually as customarily, by frequent practice or use. It does not mean entirely or exclusively, and I am quoting from Black's Law Dictionary in that instance. And all I'm here to point out with respect to that definition, Your Honor, is that there is some confusion. I believe those two provisions that I just mentioned are slightly conflicting. That having been said, and backing away from talking about the law to talking about how to comply with the law, let me first present you with a database report from your agency indicating that indeed these licensees have never been cited by the board in the 9 years that they have been licensees in the city of Baltimore. Mr. Lee runs a bar. It's a real bar, but it wasn't always open all the time and therefore was a violation of 5.03. I'd like to submit to you his Facebook page. He is actively trying to market the bar for bar customers and not for off-premises consumption. He is even though not required by law, has
I don't understand what you market the bar for what?
to bring more customers into the bar. He's got 6 or 7 folks in there, customers in the bar during Ravens games, during the Orioles playoff games. George Penchback is here. He's a routine customer, almost a daily customer at the bar. Mr. Lee really has done his best over 9 years to comply with the law. He will be fully compliant going forward and operating as a tavern. In fact, although not required to under law, Mr. Lee has disabled the buzzer security system to bring customers into the bar based on this board, and something that is one of the things that this board looks at as far as whether you're actually operating as a bar. But he has a real bar, he's got customers daily, and he is constantly keeping that bar open at the same time that the packaged goods store is open. I don't think you're going to see him back here in any capacity.
These are exhibits 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, questions of the commissioner?
Is this Mr. Pinchback on the Facebook page?
That is him.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you the Mr. Pinchback used to play ball for one of your schools? Of course, your brother did play ball, didn't he?
Yeah, all 5 of them. I'm the one that went to city,
You're the one that went to that college too. What's that college name?
University of Ball,
Is that a championship team?
championship team.
I thought so.
All right, anything else, sir?
No, Your Honor, I'd ask that given his very serious desire to remediate this problem and his lack of a prior record, that we consider a fine in this matter, Your Honor.
Well, I'm impressed with the fact that there is no past record. How many years you been in business, sir?
Almost 9 years.
9 years. That's very good. But you have to recognize the fact, and I do find that you have violated the law, and it's not up to us to figure out what type of business you should be operating with, strictly packaged goods, or a bar such as you are operating, which requires the bar to be open in addition to the packaged liquor portion. Therefore, you are responsible in the fine in view of the lack of record, $400 each, which means $800. How much time do you need to pay him?
Unfortunately, I didn't do the checks out. I'll pay by next week.
End of business next Friday, Your Honor, would that be okay?
Yep.
Thank
See what my fellow commissioners say.
That's good. In agreement.
I concur with the decision, and just make it clear it's because of the lack of a prior history of violations that it's not a closure.
Yes.
Clearly, what occurred, is said to have occurred, did occur. That's clearly a violation. There's no, so far as we know, any record of harm to the surrounding community. There's no prior violation. So it seems like the $400 fine is appropriate as opposed to closing.
Adopt all that language. All right, you have our decision.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Your Honor.
Call the next case. Do we have any case?
Yes, sir.
There's 2 more.
2 more cases, sir.
Which one's next?
I will get to it. I'm sorry. I'm cashier and
4020 East Lombard. She's
Okay.
doing triple duty today, actually.
Rory Yanes. Are you already?
Is the court reporter ready?
Okay. Rory Yanes, compadres, trade name El Antro, that is at 4020 East Lombard Street. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a violation of Rule 4.05, prohibitive hours. No licensee shall permit any person to consume alcoholic beverages on the premises during hours that are prohibited by law. This occurred on July 26, 2014. Liquor Board personnel, inspectors, and police officers observed patrons consuming alcoholic beverages after 2 a.m. This is a violation of
Article 2B, Section 11, dash 304, D2. In Baltimore City, a licensed premises shall cease operation, including the service of alcoholic beverages or food and entertainment, at the closing hour for which that class license and premises is described. This again happened on July 26, 2014. Liquor Board personnel and police observed individuals in the bar area with alcoholic beverages after 2 a.m.
Brian Owen on behalf of the licensees.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
E-V-E-R-B-T-T.
I'm glad to hear from you.
We're going to proceed with no admission.
And you have admission as to both?
No admission.
No admission. All right, swear all the witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Inspector Fossler, give us your identification and assignment.
Agent Mark Fossler, Baltimore City Liquor Board. On July 26, 2014, approximately 2:30 a.m., Officer Todd Brown from Southeast District, Inspector Tom Karanakolis, and I arrived at the establishment referenced above, El Antro. I explained I was going to the side rear of the building to attempt entry into the establishment. I found the side rear door slightly ajar. I entered the establishment, immediately followed by Officer Brown and Inspector Karanakolis. Prior to being noticed by the individuals inside the establishment, we saw 11 individuals in the bar area. We saw several individuals drink from containers at the bar. We were able to count 5 beverages in cups and 2 beer bottles. We identified ourselves and located the manager. One African-American female said she was the wife of the man working security, and that's why she was in the establishment. However, the 5 females accompanying her indicated that they did not work in the establishment. I informed the manager that it was after 2 a.m. and he was in violation for operating after hours. I further informed him that he would be receiving hearing notice for violation of operating after hours. At approximately 2:45 a.m., we departed without further incident. That concludes my report, Chairman.
Yeah. Agent Fossler, did you actually see somebody drinking from the container?
Yes.
And how many people did you see do that?
2.
And did you inspect the container's contents?
I looked at the beer bottles.
Nothing further.
All right, who's going to testify next?
I can, sir.
All right, do the commissioners have any questions before we go to the next question?
No.
No questions.
All right, identify yourself, sir.
Police Officer Todd Brown, Southeast District, Baltimore City.
All right, and your assignment is besides Southeastern?
I also work along at the Casino District as well.
Aren't you the same Officer Brown that used to, you patrolled on Eastern Avenue too?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
In the Greektown area, yes,
Right.
sir.
All right, and your testimony today is, sir?
It'll be the same as Agent Fossler, sir. I observed all the same, I
Were
had the
you
same
with-
observations as he. Yes, sir. We came in the door about the same time.
All right, with respect to, nothing. You have any questions, sir?
Yes. Did you actually observe anybody drink from the containers? Yes, sir. The same 2 that Agent Fossler did, sir. And which containers were those? Were they the beer bottles? Yes, yes, sir. Okay. Nothing further.
Commissioners, questions?
No.
No questions.
All right, any other witnesses for the prosecution? All right, sir, identify yourself
Inspector Tom Karanakolis.
and your assignment.
We were all working together.
Your assignment to Liquor Board of Baltimore City?
Yes.
All right, and on the occasion of July 26, 2014, did you have occasion to go to 4020 East Lombard Street?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see and do? Who are you with?
I was with Agent Fossler and Officer Brown. And we went to 420 East Lombard Street, walked in, saw Patriots in there, those drinks,
And
and I saw people drinking.
what time was it?
It was after 2.
Questions?
No.
You say none? I couldn't hear.
None.
None. All right, commissioners, questions?
No questions.
All right, any other testimony? All right, defense.
Okay. First, I'd like to call Mr. Arce. Could you please
And
state
how
your
does he
name?
spell his last name?
A-R-C-E.
Okay, and who is he?
He's the licensee.
Licensee. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Mr. Arce, on that evening, were there any alcoholic drinks served to these patrons?
I not serve the drink, so that time.
You got to talk a little louder.
Speak
Come
up,
over
please.
to the mic.
Okay, that time is close the bar and the security is put the trash to the container in the bar. So I see couple beer in plastic cups and I put it to the trash. But maybe I forget it, the bartender clean all the bar, and that time, and I close 2 o'clock exactly, and the security guys put the containers. That's with the open is door, the side door. The front door is closed, but the side door is open. Is when the officials come.
So the containers on the bar were an oversight on your part?
Yeah.
And who were present inside the bar that evening?
Okay, it's the one bartender, the securities, and the wife, and grandmother, a wife, and the 2 more people in the bar.
And why were they in your bar that evening?
I wait for a counting the money, and the security wife and family is for wait for him for driving.
So they didn't want to wait outside, they wanted to wait inside?
Yes, because it's 2 o'clock, and couple times it's danger in the street, Highland and Bolton.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have nothing further.
All right, as I understand it, you've had 2 violations in the past, is that correct, Counsel?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of them is Rule 401, that's a minor,
Yes,
and it was a $1,500 fine, administrative fee?
yes.
And the second one, which was in 2013, was 303. What's that, records?
That's records, yes.
Employment records?
Yes.
And the fine was $1,500, reduced to $500. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd be glad to hear from you with respect to mitigation or whatever.
I would like to call one more witness, please. Mr. Randall?
Yes, sir. I need the first name, sir.
It's,
And how about Mr. ARCE, his first name?
Fernando.
Fernando. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, you were present that evening?
Yes, sir.
And who was present in the bar with you that evening?
My wife, my mother-in-law, her sisters, and the 2 employees and the other security. Like was said, it was my mother-in-law's bachelor party, and they was partying across the street, so they was drinking. So they was like, well, we're gonna go over here, wait for you so you can drive us home. Responsible thing. There was no alcohol given to them, period. By the side door being open, because that's what we supposed to do. To go outside to dump the trash and stuff like that. So it was open. It was no lounging or nothing like that, but that's what really happened. Like, they was waiting on me, they wasn't drinking or nothing like that because they was already partying majority of the night. So it wasn't nothing else to be, you know what I mean?
So
Done.
they were waiting inside the bar
Waiting
because
on me.
because they didn't want to wait outside,
Yes.
and that's for safety
It
reasons?
was all females, yes.
Okay, that's all.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
So the testimony has been that there were 2 people drinking from 2 different bottles of beer. Did you observe that?
No, ma'am. Like I said, I was in the process of trying to clean up, take out the trash and stuff. That's why the side door was open for me to go out to the dumpster and dump the trash.
Okay. Who is Rory Yanis?
That's the owner.
Owner of the building, you're on.
The owner of the building?
Yes.
Yes.
Rory Yanis is the person on the license.
Yeah.
You're not on the license, though.
No,
All right, where's the licensee? Where's Mr. Yanis?
coming today.
Do we know why Mr. Yanis is not here today?
He's supposed to be
In Boston? How long has he been in Boston? Is that most of the time?
a couple days.
Just a couple days? Okay. My personal preference is that licensees be present. Can't do anything about it right now, but, okay, thank you.
But we are doing something about it. We're passing a resolution unanimously by the board that all licensees must be present. Effective, of course, at a time period in the future. I advise you to inform Mr. Yanis of this new resolution, that they must be present at all times when their license is a subject of hearing before this board. And then there will be a process for postponements because licensees may be out of the country or something. That process is all set forth in the new regulations, which will become effective in about a month or so. Anyway, today it's not required. Now, is anything, I'll be glad to hear from you on your, whatever else you want to tell us or show us or testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly, my client, his record is not very good, admittedly. However, recently, this board imposed a $700 fine on 3230 East Fairmount for a similar violation with a recent 401A violation also taken into consideration. Also that
When was
evening,
that?
pardon me?
When was that?
That was about 3 weeks ago. And in the spirit of stare decisis, we would ask that this board consider a fine in this case. Also, that evening, the women in the bar were the relatives of the security guard, and for their safety, they decided to stay in the bar that evening. And even though the licensee knew that he's not allowed to serve any alcohol after hours, he didn't. And even though the customers may have taken used containers off the bar, for instance, and consumed them.
I'm curious about something. The record shows a guilty $1,500 fine for 4.01, whereas the maximum fine is $500 on the first occasion. Do you have any idea whether or not there's some unknown prior record that I haven't been made aware of?
No, Your Honor, it's just the failure to produce documents and the failure to produce employee records.
Mm-hmm. And that's it?
Yeah.
All right, commissioners have any questions before we reach a decision?
As I'm reading the prior violations, there was a violation on December 5, 2013. A $1,500 fine was imposed. $1,000 of that was waived, so they would end up with a $500 fine. Then they were back before the prior board, April 10, 2014. There was a guilty finding, and a fine of $1,500 was imposed, and the total fine was waived. So there was no payment.
Thank you,
At all.
I missed that.
Right,
Mhm.
so you kind of lucked out, as they would say.
I see some say administrative fee waived.
Waived total fine of $1,500.
No, in the end, $500 paid. Maybe, it could be because those things up top were error. I don't know.
That's for the December 5, 2013, but for April 10, 2014, it was a public hearing, violation of Rule
total fine.
4.01A, guilty finding $1,500 plus the admin fee, waived total fine of $1,500.
Yeah, I agree.
So, there you go.
And you have any thing to say about that?
Just that the board was feeling particularly gracious that day and merciful.
Mhm. Well, I find that, of course, there's absolutely proper to bring these two charges, one of which has people drinking, the other has them in a liquor establishment after 2 o'clock with alcohol present. However, I find that they are more or less after the same violation, therefore it's a $1,000 fine, and to run on both, but to be concurrent, that is, they run at the same time, so the total fine is $1,000. And how much time do you need to pay it?
My clients would require 4 months.
And let me say to you, Sarah, that there's
One
absolute.
month, sorry.
1 month.
Yes.
All right, let me say to you on this business of locked doors and unlocked, your door by fire department rules must be open at all times, front and rear, when you have customers in the place. So you're not supposed to lock the doors and lock everybody in. Your doors are open, and I'm not criticizing you for it, but it sounded like it was almost an error on your part, because you went out to the trash. It's not an error, it's the law, so, okay.
Is there a panic bar on that side door, trash door? No? Okay.
Okay, commissioners, your decisions.
I agree.
I agree, and just so, as you're walking away, you understand that the fine is not imposed because your in-laws were there.
Yes.
They can party hard all they want, and I think it's a great idea that they come and seek refuge and a ride home. But that's not what this violation is about. It's not about the presence of your in-laws. It's about the consumption of alcohol after hours. So don't blame your mother-in-law for what's happened, okay? All right. I concur with Your Honor.
All right. You have our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes?
We've been real good there.
Well, we don't want mothers-in-laws and wives, upset because of what we do,
Do we have any other cases?
Yes,
We have
sir,
one
we do
more.
have one more case, sir.
I think husbands do enough on their own to get themselves in trouble.
Are you ready?
It's off the record. I have one.
Call the next case.
Yes, sir. This is William Matrosini, Donna Matrosini, George DeVille, and this is the third on Wedig Playbook at 6700 German Hill Road. This is a Class BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. There's a series of violations here, so I'll read each one. It's a violation of Rule 4.18. No licensee shall allow Licensees shall not allow any contrary act from state, local, or federal statute. This is on June 8th, 2014. An officer observed a patron exiting with an open container. Another violation of 418, licensees shall not allow any act contrary to state, federal, or local statute. This occurred on July 12th, 2014. Live entertainment without board permission. There was no trader's license. Alcohol awareness certificate available. Also, an officer found the bar had admitted a 14-year-old. A violation of 3.02, cooperation. Licensees shall cooperate with representatives of the board. On July 12, 2014, an inspector observed a bartender using a buzzer as a warning for the police and inspectors entering the facility. There's a violation of Rule 4.10A, sales to minors. No licensee shall sell or furnish alcoholic beverages to anyone under 21 years of age or to such persons with the knowledge that a person is consuming or acquiring such beverage for the consumption by a person under 21 years of age. This occurred on July 13, 2014. A police officer observed a minor patron, date of birth 6/21/1995, and she admitted to the police that she was served alcohol. A violation of Rule 4.10A, sale to minors again. No licensee shall sell or furnish beverages to any person under 21 years of age or to any person with the knowledge that such person is purchasing or acquiring such beverages for the consumption by a person under 21 years of age. This occurred on September 6, 2014. The inspectors and police observed an underage intoxicated patron, date of birth March 19, 1995, and he admitted to the police/inspectors that he was served alcohol. The final violation is a violation of Rule 3.12, public welfare. Licensees shall operate their establishments in a manner in which to avoid or disturbing the peace, safety, health, quiet, and general welfare of the community. This occurred on September 6, 2014. Inspectors and police observed a group of patrons leaving the establishment loudly and being disruptive to area residents.
Yes, sir. You enter your appearance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Davis on behalf of the licensees, George Dival and Will Matrosini. Donna Matrosini, his wife is not here, but she knows of this hearing.
All right, swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, which officer be first?
Are you going in order of the charges, Your Honor?
Yes, so June 8th is the first one.
It would be best, yes.
Sergeant Schaefer.
Sergeant Schaefer, come on forward.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You've been sworn. Give us your name and assignment.
Sergeant Schaefer, Southeast District, Uniform Patrol, Sector 3, Supervisor, Permanent Midnight Shift.
And are you SCH or SH?
SCHAEFFER.
And directing your attention to June 8th, 2014, at 6700 German Hill Road. Did you have occasion to go to that location? And if so, what did you do?
Yes, sir. I was at that location observing the crowd activity and the traffic in the area due to the bar in that area.
Tell us what everything you saw and did
As I was standing across the street, I observed a patron exit the bar with an open bottle of Corona in his hand. As he walked down the steps out of the front of the bar, he walked across the street. I stopped him and asked him where he got the open container alcohol. He stated he just paid for it, and he walked out of the bar with it.
And you in uniform?
Yes, sir, full uniform.
All right, any other testimony?
After I stopped him and got the bottle of alcohol, we issued a civil citation to him for the open container alcohol.
And you had nothing to do with these other charges?
No, sir.
All right, questions?
Thank you. Sergeant Schaefer, you were in the gas station parking lot across the street from the Playbook,
That's correct, sir.
and were you in a vehicle?
I was standing outside my vehicle.
Okay, and the Playbook, there is a patio and then a stairs up to the front entrance,
That's correct.
and you first caught sight of this individual when he came down the steps
As he walked out the front door,
of,
the establishment.
you could see there
Yes, sir.
from where you were?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you see anybody else there?
There were other people on the patio.
Okay, and at what point did you first observe him having a Corona?
As he was coming out the door and walking down the steps,
And where was the Corona at that point?
in his hand.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
All right. Commissioners, any questions?
No.
No questions.
All right, next witness.
Your Honor, may I ask, inquire of the board?
Get to it, Mr. Bravis.
I'm looking for a name. What's the gentleman's name? Is that Mr. Amador? Oh, you're here. Okay. I have witnesses with regard to the individual events. Are we going to do all the police witnesses and then the licensees witnesses?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
All right, state your name, please, sir.
Officer Sani, Southeast District, Baltimore
And
City
how do you
Police.
spell your last name?
Sani is Sam, S-A-N-N-I.
Okay, and your first name?
Ismail, I-S-M-A-I-L.
You're Southeastern,
Southeast District.
and on this particular day, what charge are you referring to?
I'm still on the one on the 8th of June.
All right, I'd be glad to hear from you.
I was in the area also. We're all observing the crowd when Sergeant Schaefer notified me that I to come over. So when I got over there where he was standing, I saw the gentleman with a bottle of Corona in his hand. So I wrote the report.
You
out.
saw the Corona in his hand?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else with respect to that?
Sir.
And you're not connected with the other charges?
I am. I have some of them.
You
I wrote all the reports.
Pardon?
I wrote all the reports. I'm the one that wrote all the reports.
The other report?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
well, let's go to the next one.
The next one is going to be,
If I can, Your Honor, the next two charges, Officer Sani was not involved in, and then the charge after that, he was. So I don't know if you want to do all of his testimony or do it in the board of the
We're gonna take it all. Okay, let's go to the next one. Which one is it? So, number 10.
July 13th.
All right, July 13, 2014, you said Officer Sanani, you were connected with that?
yes, sir.
All right, what's your testimony, sir?
On Sunday, June 13, July 13, 2014, at approximately 0140 hours, I responded to Playbook bar located at 6700 block of German Hill Road for a bar check. Upon arrival, I went into the bar with another officer, Officer Lyles. While in the bar doing the bar check, I observed a young lady who appeared to me to be young, too young to be in the location. Myself and the other officer stopped her and advised her to present identification. She advised that she did not process one, but identify herself as Christina Lopez Alvarez Maria, DOB 6, June 21, 1995.
So how old was she?
She was 19 years old.
Okay.
During my investigation, she admitted that she admitted to Officer Lars, the other officer that was with me, that she came into the location without an identification, and she was served alcohol.
And that was in your presence?
Yes, sir.
No, when she told the officer I wasn't there, when she admitted to the officer that she was served alcohol. No, that she went in there, but she admitted in my presence that she was served alcohol.
All right. Now, are you involved in any other charges?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir, I was.
What- Sure, when he's finished.
Okay.
Mr. Cleaver. What does that shake of the head mean? Disapproval of my decision?
No, sir,
You got a fly or a bug or something?
I saw a fly. It's difficult to keep my
I do have
small
time.
brain around all these different events. Is what my
Even little brains can do big things. I think you can do it.
No, sir, what's your next charge?
My next charge is going to be one of July 12th.
July 12th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir. You have occasion to go to the same location,
Yes, sir.
6700 German Hill Road on July 12th,
Yes,
2014?
as I responded to the location for a bar fight call, upon arrival, myself and another officer who was the supervisor for the night, ORC we call it, was already in the scene, and another officer was also there, the officer I mentioned earlier, Officer Laos, who also responded. During the investigation of the fight, Officer Stagwell, which was the ORC, the officer supervisor at the night, observed a very
Objection.
young-looking female.
Overruled, go ahead, sir.
Observed a very young looking female walk in the bar. She successfully went through the security personnel at the entrance of the company in front of the door, in company of other females. Officer Stagwell then approached the lady and identify her as Maria Harrigan. She was a 14-year-old young lady with the DOB 6/20/2000. Ms. Harrigan was transported home because she was a juvenile. She was a young lady. She was underage. Home because she was in violation of nighttime curfew.
Yeah, she was in the bar, but she was not drinking. Is that true or not true?
I'm not, I can't recall.
You
that.
don't know?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see any possession of, her in any possession of alcoholic beverage?
I can't recollect.
Who was she with?
She was in company of some other ladies, but
Another place person with her?
yeah.
Okay. All right, sir, are you connected with any other violations? All right, cross-examine.
All right, with regard to the first incident, June 8th, Sergeant Schaefer was the one that first saw this individual,
Yes.
and then you came upon him later?
Yeah, I was in the area.
Okay, but you
monitoring the crowd.
Gotcha, and then you wrote the report?
Yeah.
And you also issued him a civil citation for an
Yes.
open container, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And that's why the report was in your name?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the second incident that you referred to, on July 13th, a young lady with a date of birth of 6/13/95, I believe?
Yes.
6/21/95. All right, you referred to Officer Lyles having that information. So were both of you in the establishment?
Yeah, we went both in the area.
In the area?
We both went inside.
You both went inside?
Yes.
All right, and you saw a person who looked under 21?
Yeah, she looked really young. Yeah.
And who spoke with her?
I spoke. Both of us were both there, so I asked her. You know, I was the first one to talk to her, and the other officer was there too. So we're both talking to her.
Okay, and was she with anybody?
No.
She was all alone?
I mean, there are some other girls down were in the area when, right there in the inside of the establishment when we were
Okay.
talking to her, but they didn't come around.
They didn't approach you while you were talking to her?
No.
Okay. And this young lady was coming out of from the bathroom? You recall that?
She was walking. Yeah, I think I saw her in the main area. I didn't know where she was coming from.
Okay, and she had nothing in her hand?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, I can't recollect that.
Okay. And who questioned her? You and Officer Lyles?
Yes.
Is Officer Lyles here today?
He's not.
He's not. Okay. All right.
Was she drinking?
She admitted she drank alcohol, but I didn't see her drink at the time.
All right, do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, did commissioners' questions? Any?
None.
No questions.
All right, next officer, Lieutenant. Give us your rank and your assignment.
Lieutenant William Colburn, Southeast District, Baltimore
Sorry,
Police
Your Honor-
Department.
Your Honor, I didn't get to ask about the third incident.
Sure, I asked you if you had any other questions.
Trying to keep it straight, I'm sorry.
All right, come on back, Officer Sani.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, with regard to the 13-year-old Officer Sani, 14-year-old. All right, you said that, where were you? Were you at the front door?
We were inside the establishment.
Okay, and there's a front door, and then there's a vestibule, and then you
We were
open, it
actually
opens
in
up.
the main area of the bar, of the establishment.
You were there?
Yeah.
And how long had you been there?
What do you mean? I don't.
When you observed this 14-year-old, how
We
long
were
had
just
you-
walking in.
You just walked in?
Yeah, we were just walking in while she was passing by us, so we observed her.
So she came in after you did?
No, she was coming across from us. We were coming in, and she was coming from
Okay.
the inside.
So she was leaving the building? I'm not following.
She was walking in the area, you know, like.
Okay. Was she
walking around.
exiting the front door?
No, we're on the front door yet.
Okay, and but she was with a group of ladies? That's what you said?
I cannot recollect if she was actually. I mean, she was standing there. All the ladies down, you know, in the place, in the establishment. There are other people, but they were all walking out. But we observed her being too young.
With no
So
drink?
I can't really say if she was actually with the group, but they were all walking out together because it's not really a big place. There's so many people in there, so they were all walking out.
Walking out together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Thank you, no further questions.
All right, Commissioner's question? Yeah.
So you testified earlier that she was young and that there was a curfew.
Yeah.
And it was believed that just her presence in the bar was a violation of the curfew. Did I understand that correctly? And because she had violated curfew or was in violation of the curfew, she was actually escorted home by a member of the Baltimore, transported home by
Yeah.
a member of the Baltimore City Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you
Yes,
recall?
ma'am.
And that's accurate testimony? Okay, thank you. Do you know where she was transported to? Do you know the address?
No,
Okay. All right,
Just
thank
one
you.
other clarification. I thought someone on this side said she was 14 or 15, but I thought you said 19 initially.
They're two different women.
It's two different.
ladies. That's a different case.
So for clarity,
Excuse me.
For this
I
that-
have everybody on this side over here, it's only one person talking, that's the attorney. I see designate somebody to come up there, you can talk. I know you got information, but when your attorney comes, you can give it to us. Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant, come on over. We'll get you now. Lieutenant Colburn, give us your full name and your assignment.
Lieutenant William Colburn, Baltimore Police Department, Southeast District Operations Coordinator.
And calling your attention to 6700 German Hill Road, what is your testimony?
On July 12th, approximately 10:30 p.m., myself, along with Inspector Hyde, Inspector Granicolas, and Officer Brown, responded to the Playbook Sports Bar at 6700 German Hill Road in response to numerous community complaints regarding activities at that location. In an undercover capacity, Inspector Granicolas entered the premises several minutes prior to myself and Officer Brown in uniform, as well as Officer Hyde entering. Subsequently, based upon his finding, Inspector Granicolas issued violations for live entertainment, lack of a trader's license, lack of alcohol awareness certificate. And I believe that would be the extent of my testimony for that date.
Well, I don't see a charge for it.
Those are 4.18 and 3.02, the number 1 and 2. You have to go back and forth because there's several.
Oh, here it is, live entertainment. Yeah. And no trader's license for live entertainment. And that's also the charge for the 14-year-old?
Yeah.
If I could clarify, the July 12th incident that Officer Sani testified to was July 12th, early in the morning, so it would have been the night of July 11th. This was the night of July 12th, so it was essentially the next business day. But because his incident was after midnight, they're on the same date, but they're two completely different nights.
But you charge them both events under 4.18, illegal conduct? What is your specific charge? That's what I have here on the charge sheet.
Yeah, you're right, sir. We did all of them under illegal conduct because they were all issues that we thought were part of illegal conduct. We probably, looking at the dates and times, we probably should have separated out and have an additional illegal conduct for.
Okay, now, stop. You've answered my question.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Lieutenant. Anything, other charges you're connected with?
Yes, sir. Also on September the 6th. On September 6th, myself, Inspector Karanakolis, Mr. Ramsey White, and Inspector Fossler responded again to 6700 German Hill Road, the Playbook Sports Club, to investigate complaints by neighborhood members about the activities of patrons in the neighborhood. During this investigation, I observed an individual at closing time leaving the bar, walking, being escorted, nearly carried by two of his friends because of his level of intoxication. Stopped to investigate along with Inspector Karanakolis, interviewed the individual. He stated that his name was Roberto Luis Posa, and that his birthday was March 19th of 1995, which would make him 19 years old. He did state that he had been drinking inside a Playbook Sports Bar, and that's where he became intoxicated.
Now, this was on September 6th, 2014.
Yes.
And somebody has brought charge here under this 3.12 that the establishment, the groups were leaving loudly and it's disruptive to area residents. Is that you? Is that your testimony?
That was based upon observations made by Agent Fossler.
Not you?
Not me.
Okay.
That was on Graceland Avenue.
Mhm.
I was on the other side of the bar on German Hill Road at that time.
All right. Question, sir.
Thank you. Lieutenant, with regard to the September 6th event, where were you when you questioned this gentleman?
On the south side of the building, he was walking away from the building, nearing the intersecting street to the east of Playbook. So there's Playbook, then there are a few houses, then there's a small intersecting street, and that's where they were parked. And he was walking away from the Playbook toward, so we're in the block adjacent to Playbook, but a little bit further east.
I get, is that Graceland or German Hill?
That's German Hill.
So he was walking up German Hill?
Yes.
And where was his car parked?
On the small intersecting street, I believe. We stopped to interview him before he got to
Bethlehem?
Bethlehem it is, yes.
Okay. So you got to him before he turned the corner on Bethlehem?
As they were getting to the corner on Bethlehem.
And which direction were you coming from? From Bethlehem or from Dundalk Avenue?
Honestly, I don't recall.
And it was you and Inspector Karanakolis?
Yes.
Nobody else was with the two of you?
That's correct. At that time.
At that time.
Later on, the other inspectors did come over to their location.
All right. So that, if you're up by Bethlehem, that's a fairly long block, is that correct?
There are longer blocks, there are shorter blocks. It's not an extremely small block. There are some houses between the back of the bar and Bethlehem.
Okay. And at what point did you come upon this individual being helped with by another individual?
As they were approaching that corner of Bethlehem.
All right. So you first saw him as he's approaching the corner?
Yeah, I did not see him exit
You did
the
not
bar.
see, okay, you didn't see him exit the bar?
That's correct.
All right. You approached him, the individual being escorted?
Him and his friends who were
and-
assisting him.
And he had no alcohol on his person at that point?
He did not.
Okay, and you questioned him based upon his state of inebriation?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Finished? Yes, sir. Lieutenant, I think what I need to know is what, if any, evidence do you have that this man and his 2 escorts were coming from the bar in question?
He told me he was coming from.
He told you that? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, questions of the commissioners?
None.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Next witness, Officer Brown, you next?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you've been sworn. Give us your identification and assignment.
Police Officer Todd Brown, Southeast District Patrol.
All right, and what charges are you?
Sir, I am here for the incident on the 12th.
July?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to the 12th of July, go ahead, sir, the buzzer or the live entertainment or what?
Yes, sir. I was, that's when Inspector Karen Colas went in prior to myself and Lieutenant Colburn. And my testimony would be the same as Lieutenant Colburn. I have nothing to add to that.
Okay, well, give it to us again.
Inspector Karen Colas went in a few minutes before we did in a covert capacity. Several minutes later, we entered the establishment, at which time Inspector Karen Colas advised us that he was going to issue certain violations for his observations.
And they were?
Live entertainment, that some sort of buzzer had been sounded prior to our entry, and the establishment didn't have a trader's license and no alcohol awareness certificate on file.
And what? Alcohol what?
Alcohol awareness certificate.
All right. Now, what did you personally see when you came in after he told you that?
When I came in, sir, everyone was standing on the dance floor, just staring at us as we walked in.
And was there music going on?
No, sir.
And when you say they were standing on the dance floor,
When you enter the establishment, there's
were
the,
they just standing there because they've been dancing? Or, I mean, give us the testimony that we need or don't need.
certainly, sir.
Try to
I
find
can't
out what's going
testify
on.
as to whether they were dancing or not, sir. Just when I went inside, there were
Were they
probably
paired off men and women, male and female, or what?
there were a number of people standing. I can't say they were paired together, but there were a number of people standing on the dance floor, and they
How
were all
many?
approximately 20 to 30, I would assume.
And was there a dance floor?
It's set up as a dance floor.
What do you mean?
It's all the tables are pushed to the side, and the center is just open.
All right, so, all right. Now, with respect to, that's your testimony, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Cross.
Thank you. Officer Brown, did you? You didn't see anyone dancing, you said that, right?
Correct.
Okay, and did you hear any live entertainment going on?
While we're standing outside, I could hear music, but I can't say that it was any live entertainment to it.
All right, and did you observe
Where
a,
does it usually come from?
Inside the establishment.
What kind of music? Record players or bands or what?
It wasn't live. It was not live music. I would assume that it was coming off of either a CD player or something.
You assume?
Some sort. Yes, sir.
You don't know?
I don't know, because I wasn't inside.
All right, go ahead, sir.
did you see a DJ speaking on a microphone?
I did not.
And did you observe any type of buzzer system in this premises?
I was not inside at the time, no. I was outside.
Did you investigate later?
No.
And did you observe the trader's license or
I
lack
did,
thereof?
I did not.
And or an alcohol awareness?
I did not.
Thank you, sir.
All right, commissioners, questions?
Just want to clarify, did you see a trader's license? Or
I
no?
did not do the inspection for that, ma'am.
Okay.
The liquor board inspectors took it.
All right, so somebody else can answer that, I
Yes,
suppose. So
ma'am.
you didn't ask for it?
No, ma'am. I
Okay,
did not.
all right, got it, thanks.
All right. No other questions? You come over, Inspector. Give us your name
Inspector Tom Brown Colas,
and spell your last name.
K-A-R-A-N-I-K-O-L-I-S.
And your assignment?
Was undercover,
I mean, you're the Liquor Board of Baltimore City
Yes.
Inspector?
inspector for the Baltimore City Liquor Board.
All right, now directing your attention to this address of 6700 German Hill Road. Did you have occasion to go there?
No. Well, I'm sorry. Yes, I went on an undercover on July the 12th.
July 12th?
Yes,
What do you mean undercover? And July 12th, what year?
2014.
And what do you mean undercover?
The reason I went to undercover is because the community have been complaining that Playbook is.
You went there on a complaint.
Yes,
And by undercover, do you mean you weren't identifying yourself as anything?
correct.
All right, and when you got there, what, if anything, did you see and do?
Got there, walked in, walked around. Did not see anybody dancing, but there was a DJ and he was speaking in Spanish. Minutes later, a buzzard went off, and
The DJ was speaking Spanish?
correct.
What was he talking about? You don't know?
No, I don't know.
My pen just ran out of ink. Thank you.
Better get yours than mine.
Let me throw that one away. All right, what, if any, evidence do you have that there was music being played, that people were dancing, or is any violations of any liquor law?
There wasn't nobody dancing, but there was people on the dance floor. Again, there was, the DJ was speaking on a microphone, and then after being there a few minutes, a buzzard went off. I looked, seconds later, I looked towards the door, and that's when I saw Lieutenant Colburn, Officer Brown, and Mike Hyde walk in. Then we walked around, and me and Inspector Hyde did a routine inspection. And that's when we were taken to the back, and there wasn't a trader's or an alcohol awareness certificate on the premises. And we asked, and nobody could present one.
Who'd you ask?
A manager, the gentleman, that gentleman. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Fernando, that gentleman.
Okay, and what did he say?
Um,
Did he have one or did
No, he did not have one. He couldn't provide one.
All right, go ahead, sir. What else?
After we did the routine, we all left together.
All right, now, you and the lieutenant were together, is that correct? Or with Brown, which?
I was with both and Inspector Hyde, but when I went in the place, I went in by myself. But yes, we were all out together that night.
All right, and one of the charges on July 12th, that's the day you weren't there, is that correct?
Yes.
You charged them with having live entertainment. What was the basis of that charge?
I'm assuming because they were speaking on the DJ was speaking on the microphone.
That was the basis of your charge?
Yes.
Okay. All right, questions?
Thank you. Inspector Karen Nicolas, with regard to your, you used the word routine inspection. You're referring to a routine liquor board inspection where you fill out pre-printed forms.
Yes.
All right, and did, at that point, there was no trader's license or an expired trader's license?
There was no trader's license.
When you do an inspection, as part of your inspection duties, this occurs sometimes, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, do you generally afford someone an opportunity to rectify before bringing charge?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay. And same thing with the alcohol awareness?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to, you were in the premises, did not identify yourself as a liquor inspector, apparently blended in very well, and you heard a buzzer.
Yes.
Can you describe the sound that you heard?
Yeah, but like a horn going off.
And do you know from what source that sound came from?
No.
Did it come from the DJ's speakers? Any idea?
No, I have no idea. But
Okay.
a buzzer went off.
And a buzzer, describe for me the sound. Would it be something that I would be familiar with for a fire door being opened?
No.
What kind of buzz?
Like a horn.
Like a horn?
Like in a basketball game.
Okay. I know what that is. Okay. And you're not sure from where it came or for who let it off? Did you or anyone else do any type of inspections? The report seems to indicate that a bartender sounded the buzzer. Did you do any type of inspection to look underneath the bar for a
No.
button or anything else? You don't know from whence it came? Did you find a portable CO2 horn anywhere? But
No.
you said that's what it sounded like.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know who would have let it off?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all we're.
Well, I have a question. Are you connected with a charge of 3.12 of September 6, 2014? The people leaving the establishment were loud and disruptive to area residents?
Yes, I was.
Agent Foster is on that one?
Your Honor, I think what you're referring to is the 4.01. You were with Lieutenant Colburn
Yes.
for the alleged minor?
You were charged, but you weren't with respect to 3.12 public welfare charge?
No.
Okay. Yes.
So you were inside the bar, you heard a buzzer. What happened inside the bar after you heard the buzzer go off?
All the people that were on the dance floor and around the bar, they be like statues, and most of them looked towards the door.
Okay. Were they dancing prior to the?
No.
Why were they on the dance floor? I mean, were they just standing there?
Yeah, they were standing talking. Like I said, when I walked in, that's the first thing I did is look to see if anybody was dancing, and nobody was dancing.
Was the disc jockey playing music?
Yes, there was music.
There was music.
Where was, you said there was music, but it's from the disc jockey, excuse me, you didn't, I didn't
Yeah,
interrupt.
well, I just got distracted because the
Mhm.
lights just went out
Mhm.
back there, but I don't know why. Why? Do you know why?
Why the lights went out?
Yeah, no?
Maybe the city didn't pay their electricity. I don't know.
The lights go out, you're starting.
It's back on.
Okay, it's back on, so they just paid. Okay, so, all right, just so I'm clear, so you're in the bar, no one's understanding that you're a liquor board inspector. There's music coming from the disc jockey, there are people on what could be called a dance floor, but they're not dancing.
Correct.
They're just on the floor, the disc jockey is speaking, you don't know what he says because he's speaking in Spanish, you don't understand Spanish.
Correct.
You hear a buzzer, the buzzer goes off, everyone turns and looks at the front door, and they freeze.
Yes.
And then in comes Officer Brown,
Lieutenant Colburn. and
Lieutenant
Inspector
Colburn,
Hyde.
and Inspector Hyde. And do people then rush to go sit down, or do they just stand
I
there?
mean, some scattered, but most of them, most of them were still standing still. And then, we immediately asked for the owner, the manager, which the gentleman over there came.
Okay,
And-
okay, I think I got it. Alrighty, thank you.
All right, no other questions?
I'm gonna beat this dead horse just one more time. The music, did it come through a pipeline or over a PA system? How did the music arrive?
There were speakers.
Speakers?
Again, it was a DJ with speakers.
I heard someone say the DJ was speaking, but they never say he was playing the music.
No, he was definitely music playing. Yes, there was music playing.
Okay.
Anything else? Any question? Yes, sir. All right, next witness. Inspector, give us your name, please.
Agent Mark Fossler, Balmer City Liquor Board. On September 6, 2014, at approximately 2:09 a.m., visited the 6700 German Hill Road in response to community complaints and information supplied by Southeast District. Between approximately 2:45 a.m. and 2:20 a.m., I observed several groups of individuals leaving the establishment playbook. The groups numbering between 6 and approximately 18 individuals were on Graceland Avenue and German Hill Road. They were very loud and disruptive to area residents. One group numbering approximately 12 individuals were gathered around a vehicle that was playing music the music could clearly be heard approximately 60 yards away. A group of 6 individuals was shouting and playing in the street as they proceeded up Graceland Avenue. After observing this, I advised the manager, Carlo, of the violations. That concludes my report, Chairman.
All right, questions, counsel?
Thank you. Agent Fossler, I believe you misspoke. between 145 and 220 or 245 and 220?
I think he said it backwards. He said 245 to 220.
Sorry, 1:45 and 2:20 a.m.
Okay. So when did you get there?
1:45 a.m.
Excuse me, who is that?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, you got there around 1:45.
Yes, sir.
The place was closing and people were exiting.
That's correct.
And there were, as you exit the premises of the playbook, there's a long patio. Is that
Right,
correct? Out when
that's
you come
right.
out the front door?
Leading to a set of steps.
And it leads to a set of steps that you have to go right as you go out, as you're leaving the bar.
Yeah. Yes,
And
sir.
that lets on to, is that Graceland?
Graceland.
All right, and you were stationed where?
I was parked on right opposite the gas station.
So
But
you-
that's where I first parked, but I was walking around the
You,
streets.
you got out and you were walking
Yes,
around
sir.
observing. I see. All right. And you saw various groups of individuals leaving?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was there security outside?
There was security up by the doors,
Okay, but the security was not out beyond
but not beyond the patio.
patio into the sidewalk?
That's correct.
And there were a few groups of individuals, and as they were leaving to go to their cars, they were a bit loud. Is that right?
Well, more than a bit.
Okay. All right. And it's your concern is that security should be more diligent to go out beyond the patio.
The one situation I described about the individuals gathered around the vehicle that was playing music that I could hear from at least 60 yards away was that was directly, that vehicle and that group of people had come out of the establishment, were directly opposite the patio from the front of the establishment.
Were they on the gas station side of the
No,
street?
sir, the other side.
They're on the
So-
playbook side?
That's right.
Got it.
So there was clearly a lot of noise, clearly be heard by anybody that was standing at the front door of the establishment, but nobody approached that group of people.
To have them quiet down and move on?
Yes, sir.
Got it. All right, just so the board's clear with the layout of that area. The main street is Dundalk Avenue. Is that right?
Well, yes, sir.
All right. And to the east would be Kazarowski's funeral home.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know where Kazarowski's funeral home is.
Okay. To the is it the direction that gets you, or the recurring or remembering the funeral home?
I just don't know where Kazarowski's funeral home is. I know that the gas station is directly opposite, across the street from the front door of the establishment.
So Playbook faces Dundalk Avenue, and to the west, the gas station faces Dundalk Avenue.
That's correct.
And across the street, there's a strip shopping center where Joe's Bar is.
That's correct.
And if you were to go back behind the bar, there would be residences back there.
Yes, sir.
But Dundalk Avenue is basically a commercial area, and in fact, this establishment is a zone to B2 commercial zone. Is that right?
Dundalk Avenue is pretty much commercial.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioners, questions?
No?
I had a question, but I forgot it. No questions.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I apologize. No questions.
No questions, all right.
No questions.
Any other witnesses? Any other witnesses? We have all the witnesses are in, defense.
I would like to call. Is Joel Alejandro Amador here? Okay. I call Joel, Joel, Alejandro, Alejandro.
A-L-E-A.
I'm sorry, Alejandro, Alejandro.
Alejandro.
Amador, Amador.
Okay, go ahead.
And Mr. Amador will require the services of an interpreter, and we have this young lady to assist. She's not related to the
All right, swear,
establishment.
have you been sworn, ma'am? Yes. They have to be sworn as an interpreter. Swear the witness.
Wait a second.
You swear to interpret things correctly, as say to me.
Do you swear or affirm to interpret things correctly in this hearing?
State your name.
D-I-A-N-A.
Diana?
Diana, D-I-A-N-A.
Mm-hmm.
Rios, R-I-O-S.
I,
R-I-O-S.
R-I-O-S, all right. All right, ma'am, and you do speak Spanish? Yes. All right, and you may act as an interpreter. You've been sworn. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Amador, are you the individual that the police were referring to on June 8th with the open container?
¿Tú eres la persona que el policía dice con la botella abierta? Sí. Yes, I am.
Okay, and could you tell us what happened?
¿Nos puedes decir qué pasó?
Yo estaba dentro de la barra,
Little louder. Come over the microphone.
estaba dentro de la barra, en la mesa, agarré una botella por la mitad.
I was inside the bar. I was by the bar table, so I grabbed one of the bottles.
Me la puse, me la metí entre medio de los pantalones
I put in between my pants, inside my pants, the bottle.
y nadie vio.
Nobody saw me with the bottle.
So me salí para afuera
So I walked outside of the bar.
y caminé
I walk.
y por la calle me la saqué
When I was outside the street, I put the bottle out.
y me tomé un trago y seguí caminando para la gasolinera.
I drank from the bottle and I kept walking to the
You did
towards
what
the-
from the bottle?
He drunk. He
Drunk.
drank a little bit from the bottle and then he kept walking to the gas station.
So, después caminó un poco más y el policía me detuvo, me agarró la mano y me quitó la botella.
While I was walking, the police stopped me. He grabbed my hand and he took the bottle from me.
And were you issued a citation?
Te dio una yes.
And did you pay that citation?
¿La pagaste? Yes, he did.
So when you, it was a 12-ounce Coors Light? Or Corona, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So you took that Corona out of the bar, is that
Tú
correct?
sacaste la corona de la barra. Yes.
Did you said you hid it in your pants?
La escondiste en los
I didn't hear the
pantalones.
word hid, but anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miss-
And why did you hide it?
Por la razón, estaba tomado y quería seguir de que tomándola. Y por eso
Fue-
la razón que la saqué.
For the reason that he wanted to drink, so that was one of the reasons he took it out, because he wanted to keep drinking.
Security, did security see you with a bottle? How do you know that?
Porque aquí está la mesa, y está enfrente de la mesa y atrás estaba la barra.
Because this is the table, the bar is in the one in the back, and I was in front of the table when I put the bottle inside of me.
You were outside of anyone's view when you put the bottle inside?
Porque ese era ya cuando todos estábamos saliendo, mucha gente salió.
No, because when that happened, people was going out already. They were getting ready to walk out of the bar.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioners, questions?
Just one. How old are you?
24.
Any other questions? None? So your next witness, sir. Oh,
How much did you drink in the bar before the beer?
La barra antes de la cerveza.
No mucho porque ya, no mucho porque acá no tomo demasiado.
Not a lot, because he's not used to drinking that much.
You took one beer because you wanted to continue drinking, correct? See? And you took one beer out.
Tomando.
Were you sitting at the bar?
No.
At a table?
En una mesa.
How many beers were served to you at the table?
Solo pedí como 6, pero estamos diferentes personas.
We asked for 6, but there was more people in our table.
How many people at the table?
3.
And how many of those beers did you drink?
¿Tú te tomaste? 2.
Thank you. Date of birth, what is your date of birth?
May 29, 90.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next witness.
Mr. Roberto Arias?
This requires translator?
No, sir.
And his name is Roberto, go ahead, call him.
My name is Roberto Arias.
How do you spell your last name?
Roberto, R-O-B-E-R-T-O. Last name Arias, A-R-I-A-S.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Arias, do you work at the Playboy?
Yes, I do.
And what is your position?
At this particular time.
Yes, I head of security there.
And you were head of security between June 8th and September 6th?
Yes, sir.
And were you present on June 8th?
Yes, sir.
And do you know anything about Mr. Amador leaving the premises with an open container?
No.
Okay. You were head of security.
Yes, sir.
Do you, as head of security, take precautions that patrons do not leave with open containers?
Yes, what I have is I have two guys in the middle when you're coming out. We make sure with a flashlight, we make sure there's no kind of alcohol, nothing walking out, because we're trying to keep the establishment safe.
And were you at the front door at closing time on this particular date?
Was at the outside.
You were on the outside?
Outside, yes.
Okay. And did you observe Mr. Amador at any point?
So many people, probably so, but like I said, when I'm out there, I make sure no one's taking anything out.
Okay. So you didn't observe anyone that evening taking out?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. Now, do you do any type of pat down when people go out?
Well, what we do is we do it by eye. We make sure if they have something that we can see, this bolt or something like that, because we ask them, can we see what we have there? Or we're try to grab, what they have. Because like I said, we don't want no kind of alcohol, anything outside the bar.
Now, with regard to, were you present there on Friday, July 11th into late hours of Saturday, July 12th?
Yes.
Okay, and did you observe any type of buzzer being sounded?
No. The only thing we have
Were you
is,
inside?
yeah.
Okay.
The only thing we have is a flashlight. When we want to tell somebody, hey, come here, or we have a problem with any kind of fights in there, we go with a flashlight. Like, that's it. We don't have any kind of buzzer. Nothing at all.
There's no buzzer system behind the bar?
No, sir.
Is anybody using air horns?
Nope.
Did you hear the DJ do anything?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to September 6th, Inspector Fossler indicated that there were some crowds of people leaving in a disorderly fashion. Now, can you describe to the board what your procedures are with regard to patrons leaving in an orderly fashion?
What we do is you have the security walk out with the customers, and what we do, we tell them nicely to get in the cars, walk, keep walking. What we do, we walk around the whole establishment, from Dundalk to Bethlehem, all around. We grab the bottles, we grab bottles, cans, anything. If we see any crowds, we tell them to keep going because there's families that lives there. We don't want to disturb them, and we don't want no calls, and we don't want no problems.
Okay, Inspector Fossler emphasized that there was a vehicle on the street close by to the bar where they're playing music. Are you familiar with what he was speaking of?
I think I'm not sure because we just tell everybody what they need to do. Keep the music. If they have loud music, really to me it make no sense for them to do that. But we tell them if you have that, you got to turn it down, or you got to go somewhere around.
Okay. Have you admonished patrons if they continue to sit in their cars and they will
we tell
not be
them.
readmitted at a
Yes,
later
we
date?
tell them there will be a bar from them because it doesn't make any sense what they would disturb. They're disturbing the peace, and that's not gonna affect them. It's gonna affect us and the neighborhood.
So you do take an affirmative
Yes, I do.
stance
I'm
on
real
this?
strict with that, yes.
Thank you. Were you present for any of the other events? Were you present when either of the young ladies were involved? Do you have any personal knowledge of either of those events?
No.
You don't. Okay, thank you.
How do you monitor the exterior, when you're letting folks out? Or even like walk-bys during the course of the open hours?
See, we be bilingual. Okay. I know how to talk to the customers, get them out. I usually have a certain amount inside the bar to make sure there's no problems. And I have a security staff with me that walks outside, around the block, to cover all bases. Mm-hmm.
Sir, how long have you been chief of security?
About March.
March. So
Yes,
you
sir.
weren't there in 2013?
Yeah.
You were?
Mhm.
Have you been there when there's been previous complaints?
No, just these complaints, sir.
Pardon?
Just these complaints, sir.
Just these? Never
Yes.
been before the liquor board before on any of these subjects?
No.
And you, 2012, were you there? You were not employed at that time, is that correct? When the matter came before the board on a motion to renew the license? You weren't here? Okay. So you knew nothing about previous complaints from anybody?
Well, from where I know there's problems and complaints and all, and that's why they hired me there to fix the problem.
And that was in March?
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions to commissioners?
None.
All right, any other, your next witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Fernando, Bruno? What's your last name? I'm sorry.
Toruno.
Okay, can you state and spell your name? for the record?
FERNANDOTORUNO.
Okay, and Mr. Toruno, are you employed at the Playbook?
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you there on Friday evening of July 12th, or Friday, July 11th, into Saturday morning of July 12th?
Yes.
2014? All right, and you heard Mr. Inspector Karen Nicolas testify?
Yes.
All right, and you were present during this time?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell this liquor board about a buzzer or lack thereof?
We don't have no buzzer. It's just music.
Okay. Did you hear anything that even resembled the sound of a buzzer that evening?
No. It's just Mexican music, you know, how they loud. Like horns and everything like that. Just that. Just music.
Okay. You didn't hear anything else?
No.
Okay. You don't have any type of special system?
No.
You don't have any type of
No, we
handheld
don't.
air horns or anything else?
No, we don't.
Okay. Security uses flashlights to communicate with each other?
Yes, sir.
But nothing else?
Anything else?
Okay, and now you were also the person who Inspector Karen Nicolas performed the inspection with, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what can you tell the board about the trader's license or lack thereof?
We didn't have it that day.
It wasn't
It wasn't.
hanging?
No.
And what about alcohol awareness?
We do have it in the office.
But it wasn't upstairs?
It wasn't.
Okay, but both of those issues are corrected and current
Yes.
as of right now? Now, were you present on the following evening on July 13th? Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, and no questions, I'm sorry.
All right, I heard you say that there wasn't a buzzer, just heard music playing.
It's just music.
And where was the music coming from?
The
Where was the
DJ.
music coming from?
DJ.
The DJ. He was playing music? And for how long?
For how long?
Yeah, was it all night or just part of the night or what?
Part of the night.
What was it?
Part of the night.
Part of the night. And was that on both the 12th and 13th?
Excuse me?
In other words, early before midnight and after midnight?
After, no, before midnight.
Before midnight.
Before.
And how, that's it. That's my, any other questions, Commissioner?
I just have one. Video cameras, do you have any?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
During that time of the violation?
No.
No.
We do have them.
Did you have them then? Or
Yeah,
you have
back then, yeah.
Okay. So who operated those cameras?
Us.
Do you have a way of looking at them at time, at real time, or do you go back and look at them later on at night? Or do you monitor them at real time?
Later on.
You know, so you have no one watching them doing while people are in the place or on the outside? Yes. You do? Okay, maybe you don't understand what real time is. If it's 5 o'clock, you're looking at it at 5 o'clock, that's real time. If the activity is from 10 to 12 or 10 to 2, you're looking at the video cameras from 10 to 2.
We watch them every week.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, you have a video camera system, and there is someone that sits and watch what's going on the screen, correct? Yes, you have to say yes. And that's throughout the night. You have someone sitting there making sure everyone is okay, that can see what's going on.
Yes.
Yes, all right. And you also have a disc jockey.
Yes.
You've got to stop it. You've got to stop talking when others are testifying, right? You've been asked once, you've been told twice. You have a disc jockey. Is the disc jockey there every night that you guys are open? Or most nights that you're open?
Jukebox?
The-
You say the...
The
Can you
disc
repeat
jockey
again?
that plays the music?
No, just sometimes because
Just
we got the
sometimes.
jukebox.
Okay, and people dance when you said Mexican music, so people come to hear the Mexican music and dance, correct?
No, they don't dance.
They just hear the music,
They just drink and hear music.
drink and hear music. Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, call Miss Jeanette Alvarez. Ms. Alvarez, do you need the interpreter?
No.
No? Okay. Can you state your name for the record?
Jeanette Alvarez,
Can you spell your name, please?
Jeannette.
Okay. And,
Last name's Alvarez, Alvarez.
all right, are you related to Christina Maria Lopez Alvarez?
Yeah, she's my daughter.
Okay, and is Ms. Christina Alvarez the young lady who's referred to as having a date of birth of
June 21st, 95.
June 21st, 1995?
Yes.
And it's alleged that on
Just a 14-year-old?
No, 19-year-old.
19-year-old.
19, and that, were you at the playbook on July 12th of 2014?
Yes,
And who were you with?
my daughter and her husband.
And her husband?
Yes.
She's 19 and she's married?
Yeah, she's married.
All right, and when did you get to the playbook? What time?
The 115, 120.
And what did you do while you were there?
Only way eat something fast, and I drink one Corona. She's not drinking, but she go to the bathroom. When she gone by the bathroom, one police is a white guy, taking her out. I never see the black guy police talking to her because I go outside talking to her too, but not all the police next to me, only the white police, not black police.
Okay, was your daughter drinking that night?
No.
Okay, and where was she when the police questioned her? Or
She come out of the
wanted-
bathroom when he see her, and he take her out,
All right.
and I follow her.
And where were you?
I'm in the table, stand up waiting for her.
Waiting for her? And about what time was this?
I 125,
125? How long
125,
have you been
130.
there then?
It's only maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And she was not drinking?
Nope, she's not drinking.
Okay, and why isn't she here today?
She working.
She's working? She was not issued a subpoena?
I don't know. She told me she can call me because she start Friday. So
Okay. All right, thank you, I have no questions.
Commissioners? Questions?
So your daughter admitted that she was drinking. She admitted to the officer that she'd had a drink. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and then they outside with her, and the police, he's a white, he asked her, and she said no. And I told him, no, she's not drinking.
You said that she was not drinking, but your daughter apparently told the officer that she was drinking. And we, in the legal world, call that an admission. She admitted that she'd had a drink. Are you aware of that having happened?
No.
Okay, so that's the testimony from the officers that,
I never see that officer in there.
okay, but they saw your daughter, and they testified that they spoke to your daughter. One of the officers testified that he asked your daughter, as I believe, if I'm following the bouncing ball here, it was the African-American police officer spoke to your daughter and asked her if she had been drinking, and she said yes. You're aware of that testimony, correct?
When the police take my daughter out, I go out too. And I stand up next to him and next to my daughter.
When they took her out?
Yeah.
But do you know what happened before they took her out? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Just one question. Why would the officer escort your daughter home if you're there with her?
It's a different case. So your daughter's the 19-year-old
That
that's
was the
under.
15 was that the 15-year-old?
There's a second young lady who's 14 years old. That's not your daughter.
Don't
I don't,
worry.
yeah.
Strike that.
There's a lot happening that night.
Yes, a whole lot.
Next witness, if you have any.
Right. I call Mr. William Matrosini.
Hello?
You've been sworn, sir. Give us your name
William Matrosini,
and your address.
1000 Glen Angus Drive, Bel Air, Maryland, 21015.
Glad to hear from you.
Can we take just a short break?
Yes, counsel, the officers, can they be excused?
Yes.
All officers can be excused.
I just think we should.
Sure. All right, sir, go ahead.
Mr. Matrosini, you are the owner and one of the liquor licensees of this establishment.
That is correct, yes.
And with regard to issues with the community, you are familiar with that?
I am.
And you have hired security, is that correct? And it's
Yes, yes.
verbalized for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And you are mindful of the peace of the neighbors around you?
Very much so, yes.
And do you take that seriously?
I think I do. And we try to.
What do you do to alleviate any disturbance of the neighbors?
Well, we've tried to get some security in there, have them actually go out and, even though it's not something that's required, police the perimeter, and pick up bottles, and make sure that there's no disturbances.
Okay, and have you spoken with the commander of Southeast with regard to those issues?
I spoke to Commander Garrity briefly at a meeting at Kazarowski's, not directly, but did note some things that he had said at that meeting, yes.
Okay, and so your security is required to not only stay at the front door, but the perimeter of the entire block?
Yes, they run up Graceland Avenue, Bethlehem, and then back down Durban Hill Road. So it's a triangle there that we try to do the best that we can to make sure things don't happen there.
Okay. And do you have any type of buzzer system in your place?
Not that I'm aware of.
What would you do if you learned that there was a buzzer system in your place?
I would immediately have it removed. I mean, if there was one there, I don't know.
Okay. It's not something you condone?
Not at all, not at all.
Tell us about the trader's license.
That is squarely on me and my wife. We share duties. Part of what my wife does is take care of that. We were lapsed and subsequently found out that she did not get it in time, so.
Okay, so you had gotten the application?
She had gotten the application and it sat on her desk. She thought that it was all just taken care of. It was a mere formality, and evidently a couple days lapsed on that, so.
So immediately after this violation,
We went and got it, yeah.
you paid the check and
Yeah,
picked up the 2014 trader's license?
Correct, yes. I have a copy of it with me.
Okay, and are you up to date on your alcohol awareness?
I believe we are. I believe we are.
And the establishment, according to liquor board files, it was permission to reopen in 2011.
That's correct, I believe.
So,
Yeah.
and alcohol awareness is good for 4 years, so those would still be on file.
I would think that they should still be on file,
and
yes.
referenced in your renewals.
I'm sure if we look through the records, we'll find it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Questions or commissioners?
None.
Any other witnesses?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, with respect to guilt or innocence first, not punishment, if any.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, with regard to June 8th, you heard the testimony of the officer that he was stationed in the gas station across the street. You also heard from the actual offender, Mr. Amador. Mr. Amador makes clear that he actually, when he went out the front door, hid the bottle in his pants to avoid security. He then took it out once he got off of the patio. From the officer's perspective, if he is in the gas station, the patio is up a flight of steps, so his perspective would not be as clear as the actual offender in that he secreted the bottle. We request that you find him not guilty on that charge. Would you like me to continue on, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay. The second charge is Rule 4.18, illegal conduct. First, July 12th, live entertainment without board permission. I believe Inspector Karen Nicolas testified as to a DJ using a microphone, but no testimony with regard to actual live
Yeah,
entertainment.
but your own witness testified that the DJ was playing music.
That's not live entertainment, that's recorded music.
I'm curious about that. Is that legal?
It is, Your Honor.
So playing the music is okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
as long as it's not too loud?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is no liquor board rule or liquor board statute with regard to live entertainment, other than the fact in 10202E refers to having to get permission from the board to have live entertainment. It doesn't say dancing, but there is a zoning
Exactly.
definition of live entertainment in the Baltimore City zoning code, and it refers to inclusive of karaoke, which generally I wouldn't think of as live entertainment. I think it would be anti-entertainment. But it also refers to a DJ when the DJ is actually entertaining. So if the DJ were to use a microphone to say there is a fire, or to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, that wouldn't be entertaining. But if the DJ is rapping or somehow singing or entertaining, that would go into the definition of live entertainment.
Or playing music
No, sir.
over a PA system with mic.
No, sir.
I disagree
Playing,
with you.
I respectfully, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think we got to get by that some way or the other. Can we, any help from our executive secretary?
Sir, we've routinely written up people for DJ with having a microphone out and speaking over the microphone as live entertainment.
Sir, if you can prove me, well, later, if I render a decision contrary to what you believe the law is, if you file a motion for reconsideration, you can do so within 60 days under our new rules. And I'd be glad to reconsider it in the event that I ruled against you at this time.
Can I talk to?
No, hold on. Talk to me. You can talk to me.
This is not live entertainment rule. This is a different rule. So they're lumping
No, no,
this
no,
in.
no, no.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Okay, let's go on.
Okay. Thank you. With regard to the second part of that, trader's license.
14-year-old.
There's actually subcomponents of the 4.18.
Yeah, it's all part of it. It's not a separate charge.
Can you stop?
Yeah, he's asking you and you're not following along. It's not a separate charge. They lumped them together under the wrong rule.
Okay.
It's very simple.
Okay. The second part says live entertainment without board permission, no trader's license, alcohol awareness, and bar found 14-year-olds. So the second part that I referred to is Mr. Mazzini very candidly indicated that the trader's license had expired, but he took care of it immediately upon being notified, and that he had an alcohol awareness certificate. It just wasn't displayed to the inspector at that time. The fourth part of that single charge is the 14-year-old. Even if the board were to consider that this somehow takes into play the Baltimore City curfew laws, in the Baltimore City curfew law, they refer to a definition of a parent, and then parent is defined as not just a parent, but a guardian or someone who has authority over that.
So
that
who'd she
minor.
have? Who was with her?
There's no evidence of who she had there.
Yes, there is. She
You
was
said there were several ladies with
escorted home by the police. She had no one there. If she were there with a responsible adult, they could have released her to a responsible adult. She was escorted home. She was taken home by the police department. I think that tells you a lot.
And the testimony was the only persons that I recall that were around her were other girls, and he didn't know whether they belonged to her or not. Anyway, that's what I remember, but you can refresh my.
She never went inside.
Okay.
The police never came in that night. She was
You need a
never there.
minute to talk to your client?
No, I got it. What they're refreshing my recollection on is the young lady was at the front door. She was never admitted into the establishment.
No, she was found inside. As the police came inside, she was observed inside, crossing across the entranceway. She was inside.
Ma'am, that was actually the 19-year-old you was talking about. Who,
No, that was the
That's not-
14-year-old.
we
The
should have dismissed them.
19-year-old was
Should have
drinking
never
at a
dismissed them.
table.
Should have never dismissed them.
Anyway, go ahead, sir.
All right.
Which one are you on now?
Finally, with regard to that 4.18,
4.18, yeah.
where we are now, if there are in fact liquor board violations, they shouldn't be charged as 4.18 because that would be state, federal, or local ordinances otherwise. If they are required for live entertainment, that would be under 10.202. The second technical part to that issue is that the charge says state, federal, and local statute, not state, federal, or local statute as is specified in the rule. So therefore, there would have to be a finding that they had violated both all a state, a federal, and a local statute, and there could be no such possibility of that. Next, with regard to the 3.02 cooperation violation, Inspector Karen Nicholas testified that he observed a bartender, well, the charge is he observed a bartender using a buzzer. Inspector Karen Nicholas testified that he did not know whether it was a bartender, but that he did hear a buzzer sound similar to that of an air horn at a basketball game. There is no evidence that there was any type of surreptitious buzzer system other than he heard something. With regard to the technical point, 3.02 cooperation, I don't know how the use of a buzzer, even if that were to occur, would be a lack of cooperation, and ask that it be dismissed on that ground. Next, with regard to the 4.01A sale to minors, Ms. Alvarez, the mom, testified she was there with her daughter. Her daughter did not drink. There's no evidence. The charge is to sell or furnish alcoholic beverages. The police officers testified they did not see her with any alcohol on her. Her own mother said, I was there with her, she was not drinking, and asked that she be found not guilty of that charge. The next is 4.01A, sale to minors. Inspector and police observed underage intoxicated person. That's Lieutenant Colburn testified that he ran into this individual around the block back on Bethlehem, far away from the place. He did not see him leave the premises. He saw a drunk individual who was being helped with another individual. That individual, he attempted to subpoena him without success, objected to any hearsay with regard to what he said or did, and otherwise there's no evidence that he was coming from the bar and that he was served. There's no evidence that anyone sold or furnished alcoholic beverages. The final charge being 3.12 public welfare. Inspector Fossler testified that he saw groups of patrons being loud and disruptive as they were leaving the establishment. Certainly the security has an obligation, at least up to its boundary, and if not, around the perimeter of the place to make sure that people leave in an orderly fashion. The inspector, the security, Mr. Arias, testified that he does take that seriously and made every effort to make sure that people leave. This will occur sometimes when people get out onto the street, and it becomes an issue of how far the licensees are required to police. They have indicated that they are going to advise people, admonish people that they will be barred if they are found to be repeated offenders of being loud as they do. Thank you.
All right, with respect to the decisions, first of all, separated from punishment, if any, with respect to whether or not I find there's been violations. Let me start with, as they are, as you did, start with 4.18 illegal conduct with respect to the person leaving with an open container. I know it's difficult to run an establishment and watch everything that goes on, but nevertheless, when you have too many people or you have unobserved patrons coming out with an open container of alcohol, which he has purchased inside, this is a clear violation of the liquor laws. And it's your responsibility, licensees, always to be responsible for the conduct of your customers inside and their immediate conduct as they exit. I believe the police officers and inspectors' testimony, and I find it clear also from your own testimony that this has been violated. With respect to the violation of July 12th, live entertainment, and also no trader's license and so forth, and a 14-year-old being present in the establishment, I find that in this particular case there's sufficient evidence of all three to find the owners and licensees responsible for 4.18 illegal conduct. First of all, I believe, and if I'm wrong, I've given you the opportunity to file a motion for reconsideration, that my sole basis for the live entertainment is the fact that there was evidence from your witness of not from the other witnesses, of a DJ playing music to people who were not observed dancing but standing on the dance floor and listening to the music. And clear evidence that there was a 14-year-old in there without proper escort. With respect to the licenses, I find it a technical violation that they hadn't completed all the bookwork that they should have done, so I find that all three charges under 4.18 are founded. With respect to the violation of 3.02, using the buzzer, this is tougher. I believe the testimony of the licensees and the manager who testified on your behalf, and I also believe the testimony of our own inspector, but he didn't see anything. He just heard a noise-like sound. Makes me suspicious, but as I said, I believe your own testimony, and therefore I find him not responsible for that one. That's 3.02, July 12, 2014. With respect to 4.08, sale to the minors on July 13, 2014, the testimony of the young lady to police is sufficient, in my opinion, and I believe the officer that she did do and admit. And also, I believe the mother too, to some extent, but I'm not sure the mother knows what the daughter was doing. Therefore, I find that the testimony of the police officer overwhelms that of her mother, not because I don't find the mother telling the truth, but simply because I find the police officer's testimony more believable. Therefore, I find that responsible for that charge. With respect to 4.01, sale to minors, frankly, I don't recall this one. Is this this is a different charge of sale to minors?
This is a different one.
I didn't get nothing on that one, only the intoxication someone talked of, no other documentation.
September 6th. Underage and was intoxicated patron. Oh, this is a person between two people?
Right.
Who was coming out, was intoxicated. Yes, and I asked the officer and inspectors and lieutenant, and I don't recall which person I asked this of. The question is to where were they coming from? And it was clear to me in the answer of the inspectors and police officers that he was coming from the bar, being assisted, coming out drunk. And of course, as I said before in the beginning of my remarks, bar owners are responsible for the conduct of their patrons. I understand it's tough, but the solution may be more management. I don't know what. It's not my problem. Having a license is a privilege, not a right. It's up to them to decide how to run their establishment so that they don't violate the law. And coming out drunk has all kinds of indications of violations. Therefore, I find him responsible for that one. Violation of Rule 3.12, public welfare, I find the most serious one of all. Of loud radios in the car, of drunkenness, of people going up the street, talking loudly. It's this one that really nails you to me, in my opinion, because I find it very clear that is exactly what has happened on this particular night of September 6, 2014, and I believe all the testimony of the witnesses on behalf of the liquor board who testified. Therefore, now, sir, I have now completed my decision on all of the charges. I want to go to the issue of punishment. Glad to hear from you.
Thank you. May I get a piece of paper here?
And I'm going to tell you to observe the Rule 3.12. First of all, I want to know what the record is.
Yes, sir. The card, liquor board cards indicate that this premises was reopened on April 7th, 2011. It had been closed for a while prior to that.
Why?
Financial issues, Your Honor.
Not punishment.
Not
for-
punishment, no, it was a financial hardship.
Can I have that?
He's looking at the card as well, so I just want to put the card in front of you, sir, if you need that.
Okay, well, help me if he says that he had heart condition, and he was there, financial problems, and that it was not closed for any type of other reason.
No,
Yes,
that's correct.
that's correct, sir.
Right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, we agree. Go ahead, sir.
All right. The next thing that you'll see is that there was a renewal protest on April 19th, 2012. The license was in fact renewed. The prior board imposed a $2,000 fine. We did not appeal that determination, but that was a renewal protest and not a violation.
And that was, I have April 18th. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
2013?
April 19, 2012. The comment date is May 7, 2012, referring to an April 19.
Okay.
The next thing is the comment date is February 14, 2013, regarding the January 31, 2013 hearing, in which I represented the licensees in that. The total fines with administrative fee was $1,575. The charges that were sustained was Article 2B 10-505. The liquor license was in a plastic frame and not a glass frame, and the frame was pointed sideways and behind the bar as opposed to towards the bar, towards the patrons and where the inspectors would look. The second part of that was 4.18, which was again a live entertainment issue, and that was the basis for the $1,575. So there was the prior board $100 on the license frame and $1,475 on the other one. We did not appeal the amount of that fine at that time. being the first offense, $500 issue, it was not cost effective to do that. The next item that you'll see, Your Honor, is May 24, 2013, regarding an April 18, 2013 renewal protest. The board renewed the license, issued a suspension of 4 consecutive weeks in the month of June. That matter was appealed. That suspension was vacated, and they never served a suspension either on that or anything else.
When did they ever come to a hearing? The suspension was appealed, what, by action of a court before hearing the case on appeal? Were you?
I represented them.
Well, did you ever go to a hearing? And where all the evidence of the transcript was heard before the judge of the circuit court?
No, Your Honor.
How come? Why not? Well, I mean, what happens to these cases? You're only interested in reopening the bar, but what happens to the overall issue of responsibility before the court?
I filed a
Must be still
memorandum.
pending.
No, Your Honor, I filed a memorandum,
Mm-hmm.
and prior to the bar, board counsel's replying memorandum, and prior to the hearing, that matter was resolved per agreement, that the matter, that the appeal would be dismissed.
Per agreement with Miss,
Per agreement.
with Miss Penderhughes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, say no more.
The issues there was, there's a liquor board rule, you can't, any suspensions have to be in consecutive days. It's illegal to do it in
Okay,
weekends.
fine.
Okay.
I'm sure Miss Penderhughes must have known what she was talking about.
Thank you. Then December 4th of last year, hearing November 7th, 2013. Board dismissed all charges. January 28th, 2014, regarding a hearing December 12th, 2013. 4.18, that was again a live entertainment issue. $1,500 fine plus $1,625 administrative fee. If I can parenthetically indicate to Your Honor, at that point, I told the prior board, I said, we do not want to fight with the community association. We would like the opportunity to go back to zoning and have limited live entertainment with regard to the DJ's use of the mic and the people that start to dance, that you can't control that. I met with Lieutenant Colburn. We had a very nice conversation at that point.
He's gone, you know that.
He's right there. There he is.
Oh, is he still here?
He's here.
Okay.
Okay. This place does not want to exist and can't exist if it's at odds with people all the time.
Well, you went before Lieutenant Colburn and talked to him, but you
I
didn't go
spoke with him.
before.
The board did not,
But the zoning board hasn't acted.
we have not filed. And
You
my
did not.
understanding with Lieutenant Colburn is that we would give it 6 months. He didn't have any
Give
issues.
what 6 months?
Let things simmer down for 6 months. And
Are you talking about music, or what are you talking about?
Music, dancing and music. And we would let things simmer down for 6 months.
So you and Lieutenant Colburn are taking over for the liquor board?
Not at all.
If I could, Your Honor,
Yeah.
just quoted.
So you've heard your name mentioned several
times. After hearing here between members of the community who feel very strongly about this and the licensees. It got extremely heated in an attempt to kind of quell things. I suggested to the community members and the licensees that before you even consider trying to get the community support for something like this, for adding live entertainment there, if the licensee could show that for a 6-month to 12-month period, they would actually follow the rules, that would be a show of good faith of the community. I've yet to see a period of 6 months to a year where that has happened, and Ms. Adamski could probably firsthand tell you what the community feels about the establishment, but the problem with many establishments that we have, people are taking tavern licenses and turning them into nightclubs in residential areas. If the establishment was acting as it should, operating within the parameters of its license and zoning, we wouldn't have so many people there, so much drinking, and so many problems in the community. And their failure to do that after being repeatedly told to do so really, really hurts the community.
I didn't know that people in the community were here. Are they here today?
They're here for each and every
Come on up.
hearing.
Come on up.
Because
they're
they're
zoning
officers.
They trump the officers, you know.
You want to be heard? Can I? Sure, come on over. Swear the witnesses. Okay.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will
Go
be the
ahead,
truth? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Joyce Adamski.
And what do you want to tell us?
Well, I get phone calls.
This is on punishment, you understand that?
Right.
I've already ruled on the charges.
Well, I just want to say that the community has issues because of, they disturb them 2 o'clock in the morning.
You talking about them or you and what do you?
No, I'm talking about the people that live on Dundalk Avenue, where the bar faces the Dundalk Avenue residents. And I get phone calls from them complaining about the music, you know, that they're.
You know, it's
grumpy,
funny, I know
disorderly.
this corner so well. Kazarowski's, of course, a funeral
Right.
home, and Joe, who used to be the state senator, who was
Right.
chopped to death by a propeller of a boat,
Right.
killed. That's still there, isn't it?
Yes, Joe's is still there.
Yeah.
But Joe's is catty corner from this bar. The noise that these people are hearing is from the playbook.
Well, is there people that live in their own private homes? How far?
Yes.
How far are they away from?
Just right across Dundalk Avenue. And they complain, and I mean, I don't know what to do, so I go back to Lieutenant Colburn, I go to the police department.
So why are you doing it? Are you in some official capacity?
I'm president of the Southeastern Police Community Relations Council.
I see.
And the president that was helping with this situation back in 2012, 13, Nancy Granger, she passed away.
You remember?
Yeah.
Do you want to ask her any questions?
We had discussed this issue with regard to the live entertainment.
Right, and I
Okay.
said absolutely not.
And you said absolutely not.
Exactly.
And
It's
the,
in trouble now.
and the other issue was the parking.
Well, that's another issue, yes.
Okay, and they've attempted to present the concept of buying or leasing the parking lot behind and to the side,
Mm-hmm.
and you've told them absolutely not.
Right, because they needed to go to zoning and do their homework. Number one, it's zoned residential, no commercial use. They don't have a use permit, and the property is not, it's not paved. They cannot use it. Just absolutely not. They cannot use it.
Okay, but just conceptually, if you could get through the red tape of government, you're still opposed to that.
Right, because it's going to turn into a party lot. It's exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be a party lot.
Okay, and that you were at the meeting at Kazarowski's?
Yes.
All right, and the actual residents were more concerned about the prostitutes walking up and down Dundalk Avenue?
Right.
And half of the people walked out when they learned that you wanted the meeting to be about the playbook.
Well, it wasn't me. I mean, Babe Grabowski had called that meeting, and unfortunately, there was miscommunication with Councilman Kraft's office, that 2 separate emails went out, one to talk about the crime in the area and one to talk about the bar.
But there were a lot of residents there that indicated they did not, they weren't worried about the playbook. They were happy with the playbook. It was the prostitutes they wanted to deal with.
Well, I don't know. All I can say is I know what I get, the complaints that I get. I know I lived in that neighborhood 57 years, and just a year ago I moved from there. But I'm sorry, I still get complaints from people, and I have to take all that into consideration.
Okay. And you recall this bar when it was, what was it called in the old days?
Graceland Inn.
Graceland Inn.
Mhm.
Starting with Mr. Stankowski
Yep.
in 1937 and going
Well, I
on.
wasn't there then, but now I
Right,
do
but-
remember it, yes.
right,
And this has,
it was
this
a polka
cannot,
bar.
and it can't compare to it. The music cannot compare to it.
All right, but it had polka back then.
Right.
The gentleman that works at Kazarowski's, the accordion player at Polish Home, used to play there all the time.
Right.
Right, okay. So it's a B2 zone, it's on Dundalk Avenue. You
Right.
agree with that part?
I do.
Okay. Your biggest problem is what the chairman referred to as people leaving loudly in their cars.
Yes.
And that is a problem.
And they keep, I mean, you guys come back over and over and over again for the live entertainment. I mean, but if it's a problem now, it's gonna be a problem then
Okay.
too.
Most respectfully, I have not filed for that, is that correct?
Thank you.
I did try to communicate with you.
Right, thank you.
in that regard, Right?
Yes.
Any questions, Commissioner?
No. No questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, come over. Your name?
Yes, my name is Edie Schumann. I'm acting vice president of the Graceland Park Improvement Association, secretary, but acting Vice President. I just want to say that when the Playbook had originally opened or not originally reopened, I'm sorry, in 2011, we had met with the owners who had sat there and promised that this was going to be an upscale sports bar, okay? Obviously, we can see it is anything but an upscale sports bar, okay? We have already declined the live entertainment. We do not want live entertainment. Yes, it is in a B2 district, but right across the street, it is residential. It'll be on the west side of Dundalk Avenue. Just to correct, Sitco is on the north side of the bar, and Kazarowski's is on the south side. But on the west side, it's a residential section there, and behind it is strictly residential. There's only the businesses facing Dundalk Avenue that are zoned to B2, and everything else behind it is zoned residential. Okay, we have, and over the years, the violations had just keep on going. I know there's been several live entertainment violations before. They have promised us repeatedly that they would do what they can to control their bar. I'm sitting here listening to testimony from them that just, I mean, how can they not know what is going on? They're owners of the bar, like you said. They're supposed to be managing the bar, but yet they don't know what's going on in the bar. There's a lot of kids in the area. Now we're hearing they're serving, minors are in the bar. And as Lieutenant Colburn had mentioned at the last hearing outside, there was no agreement that we were going to, first off, the community does not want to consider any live entertainment, okay? But because it got so heated, we were just going to kind of cool down and see how things were going to progress. Well, that was then, and then not only we are looking at one charge, we're looking at, 7 or 8 different charges. So the trend is really, really disturbing to the community and is not getting any better. And I do understand they are trying to, and I was not at that meeting at Kazarowski, I'll admit that, but I found out that apparently you are in negotiations, that the lot that they are trying to get for parking has been zoned a R3 lot. The owner of that lot had previously attempted to get it zoned to B2, and the community fought that, and it is not going to be zoned residential at all.
Let's see
So.
if we have any questions. Any questions?
And that was unrelated to them, that was to the previous owner who wanted to put some of his business equipment there.
There's a difference of opinion within the community with regard to the parking lot and the entertainment. You would concede that, right?
When I did the protest and renewal, I went around and I got to secure the signature of all the residents around there, and I talked to every single one of them, and I'm with the community, so I know what the community's talking about.
And you were at the Kazarowski meeting?
I just said I was not at that meeting.
You weren't at that meeting. Okay, that's what I was referring to.
Yes, but
Okay.
I've been at every other meeting since then.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm with the community, and we speak, and when we did protest and renewals, I was the one that took the petition around and got everybody to sign it. As you know, I swore to everybody's signature. I had spoke to everybody there.
All right.
Thank
Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, come on over, ma'am.
Thank you.
And your name?
My name's Debbie Ritter. I am the secretary to the Southeast Police Council.
And what do you want to tell us?
I just was a witness because I was at the early meetings, not the meeting with Babe Karowski, but I was at the early meetings, and the community definitely, Dundalk Avenue, they were getting the sound and the music because that was discussed at that meeting. So as a witness of being at early meetings, a couple of them, the community definitely heard the music and they were concerned, and this was across Dundalk Avenue.
Any questions?
Where do you live?
I just said that I was on the Southeast Council secretary, so I came with the president of the Southeast Council to support, because we support Southeast communities.
He wants to know where you live.
Oh, I live in Fells Prospect.
Full disclosure, we are old neighbors.
Well, the funny thing is, I can remember that there's a second precinct to the 26th Ward, this neighborhood. And recently, I attended a funeral of one of our prominent lawyers here who was in Kazarowski. And Joe Stazak had the bar across the way, who got chopped to death. All right, anything else? Any other evidence? You want to add anything, Lieutenant? No. All right. I'm ready for a punishment. All right, now with respect to, I'm going to go backwards because I find that Rule 312, public welfare, and the loud and disruptive. I'm thinking about a period of closure. There was no question. The question is how long, because I want it stopped. I want the problems stopped. So the period of closure that I'm going to impose, first of all, I want it on the record that I, as the chairman of the board, and I know my two commissioners agree with me, that we are not in favor of having our closures upset or reversed by the Circuit Court of Baltimore City, where I sat for 24 years, because I don't think, unless they hear from us and to understand why these communities are upset, I don't think they're getting a true picture of what this would undercut. What we're trying to do is to stop illegal conduct by bars and communities which make it impossible to live in the communities next to bars. It's as simple as that. And I'm not blaming you, Mr. Priebus. You're doing your job very well. And
So I guess my motion for stay is denied, Jerry?
yes, it most certainly is.
Thank you.
Now, question is how long? They've been closed before, and,
Never actually served.
never served a closure. And the other one was because of the, your problems, yeah, heart. So this would be the,
It would be.
this would be the first
It
closure.
would be, Your Honor. May I
First-
make a recommendation, Your Honor?
Yes.
30 days.
No.
Or make another recommendation. 2 months. Maybe 6 weeks.
I didn't bid against.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna think about it. This is, I'm gonna say 6 weeks. And the reason I say 6 weeks is because I wanna be fair to the licensees that, and to the community, that they understand that this isn't a form of a warning. Don't come back. Because then, if necessary, close it entirely, and do away with it. But anyway, now with respect to the fines. The fines, I find $500 on Rule 401's, the drink that the one minor had, and with respect to the playing of music, the sailing of minors, 500 and 500, and going back up, the buzzer system I found not responsible, and the live entertainment. It's obvious to me that this has been going on for a long time. And here tonight, again, we have no doubt from your own witness, music being played by a DJ, which I agree that if the code doesn't support my decision, I will allow you to argue for a motion for reconsideration. You're going to do that, I'm sure. So at the present time, $2,000 fine on the 4.18. And with respect to illegal conduct, the open container, it's all part of the last one, $1,000 fine to run consecutive with the other fines. So therefore, we have 1,000, 2,000, not guilty, and 500 and 500. And the public welfare, the bottom one, is closed for 6 weeks. My fellow commissioners.
So, I concur, but I would close for 8 weeks, and I would include the 6 weeks for the disrupting of the community, but I expand to 8 weeks because of the live entertainment, and I'm reminded that we closed Latin Palace for 2 months for a similar violation.
That's true, but Latin Palace is really outrageous.
And Latin Palace was quite outrageous, but I think that what's happened here is outrageous. I think council's done a great job, but you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and what's happened here is extreme.
You're right.
It is
But
extreme.
can you join with us, or you want to be?
Oh, yeah, I can join with you, but I have to say, I think you in the red shirt, you've been here before with another licensee, and I think you should state your name and the other licensee that you're affiliated with.
My name is Terrell Parrish, and I can't remember the name of the other licensee that I was here with.
Yes, you do.
It was a different bar. They closed down, so.
So there's something going on here. And I agree with the chairman that it needs to stop, but you're here for 2 bars now that we're gonna close. And I'm not saying that you're the problem, but you might wanna stay away from the problem, okay? You hear me? But I just think there's something going on. You, Mr. Divel, you spoke throughout, but you didn't testify. And then you try to get the testimony to change. You try to change the record, but you chose not to, your attorney didn't present you, you didn't testify, but you spoke throughout the hearing. You were speaking to your attorney and you were speaking loudly, but you didn't ask to take a break. You didn't ask to take a break so that you could and you're talking now. There's something wrong here. Stop talking. If you listen, you might not have to come back. But the behavior must change. It is extreme. People shouldn't have to live with that. The police shouldn't have to put so much enforcement on that. I think for me, the most reprehensible is that there was a 14-year-old in a bar that had to be taken home by the police. So, 6 weeks, I'll go along with my fellow commissioners on that. The fines are the fines, but this one really is disturbing. It's really disturbing because there's something systemically wrong with this place. Systemically wrong with this place, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is. You think you got a good manager, your manager hasn't been able to change a thing. Not a thing.
All right, folks, now, with respect to how long do you need to pay the fine?
How much total, Judge?
$3,000 plus 120.
Well, it's 1,000, 2,000?
It's $4,000.
Two.
How many? 2,000, 1,000, and 500 and 500.
Wait.
It's 3,000 plus
3,000, Judge.
Yeah, because he made this concurrent, the first one, he
Okay.
made concurrent.
I wouldn't have done that either.
What's the correct amount?
I have 3125 because you made the first violation concurrent with the last two, or did you mean that you want an additional 1,000?
The first 1.8 was 1,000, the second 1.8 was 1,000, the 3.02 was not guilty, the 4.101 was guilty. That's 2 of those.
I'm sorry, may I take a crack at it?
I had a
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman went backwards, so it was guilty and a suspension on 3.12. It was $500 on the 4.01. It was another $500 on the other 4.01. It was it was not guilty on 3.02. It was 2,000 on 4.18 and 1,000 on 4.18 consecutive. So it's 1, 2 is 3, 500 and 500 is
3,000.
3,000.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
That's how I had that.
That's
Okay.
what I have.
That's my notes as well.
Yeah. Now, how much time? You say you need a month?
month, 30 days.
Okay, 30 days to pay. All right, folks, I think this concludes our docket. Thank you very much. Mhm. You look too young for a heart attack.
Judge, when will start the suspension?
That's
Now.
Now.
effective.
Absolutely.
Do we need to put that on the record, guys?
Yeah, that is on the,
Back on the record.
we're back on the record.
Suspension starts immediately. Sheriffs inspectors are asked to pick up the license.
Yes, sir.
We're standing adjournment. Thank you very much.
42 days.